Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It had been months since I'd gone camping, and my friends and I were craving the kind of solitude only a remote mountain range could offer. We decided on a spot high up in the Irish hills, somewhere far from towns or roads, where we could camp in complete isolation. We arrived late afternoon, around 5, after a long, bumpy drive along narrow, winding roads that seemed to get smaller and rougher the higher we climbed. The air was sharp and clean, the kind of fresh that makes your lungs feel like they're expanding with every breath. The place we picked was perfect. A small clearing surrounded by thick bracken and rough grass, perched on a gentle slope. From there, the views stretched out over rolling hills covered in green and gold, with distant patches of forest and the occasional rocky outcrop. The sky was wide and clear, and as the sun dipped lower, the light softened, making the hills look like a painting. There was a stillness that felt deep, almost heavy, like the world was holding its breath. We set up the tents quickly, working in silence for the most part, only speaking when necessary. Our plan was simple: eat some food, make a fire, and then settle in for the night. By the time we'd finished, it was around 8:30, and the sky was beginning to darken. The stars started to appear, scattered across the sky like distant pinpricks of light. It was beautiful and peaceful. No signs of other people anywhere, no cars, no distant lights, no voices carried on the wind. We hung around the fire for a while, passing around food and drink, watching the flames flicker and dance. The cold mountain air was settling in, and we wrapped ourselves in jackets and blankets. Conversations grew quieter and more subdued as the night deepened, until finally we all agreed to head into our tents. Around 9 o'clock, the night truly took hold. The sky was pitch black, no moon visible behind the thick clouds that had drifted in. Our little campfire had burned down to glowing embers, and only the soft sounds of night remained. The occasional rustle of wind through the bracken, the distant call of an owl, the faint rustling of small animals in the undergrowth. The kind of quiet that feels total, so deep it almost presses against your ears. We were all tucked into our sleeping bags by around 10, the tents zipped tight against the cold. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I could feel the chill creeping in despite the layers. I was just starting to drift off when I noticed one of my friends was moving around, pulling the tent flap open quietly. I figured maybe he just wanted some fresh air or needed a moment outside. What happened next is hard to explain without sounding crazy. A light appeared. At first, it was just a small glow far off in the distance, maybe a quarter of a mile from where we'd set up camp. It was fairly bright and steady, not flickering like a campfire or torch. It seemed almost too bright to be something like a phone or flashlight. My heart started to beat faster, a tight knot forming in my stomach. None of us had seen or heard anything since arriving hours earlier. No hikers, no vehicles, no other signs of human life. The light hung there, steady and unnatural against the black backdrop of the mountain. We sat up, whispering to each other in disbelief. None of us wanted to move first, unsure what it could be or if it was safe. The silence around us suddenly felt thick and heavy. My skin prickled with unease, every noise sounding amplified. The light stayed for about 15 minutes, not changing in brightness or position. Eventually, after we'd all agreed to investigate, we quietly packed up our essentials and prepared to head toward it. We made sure to move as quietly as possible, careful not to disturb the stillness or alert whoever might be out there. Our footsteps were soft on the grass, and every rustle of bracken or crunch of stone sounded loud in the night. The air was cold and damp, the occasional gust of wind carrying the smell of wet earth and moss. As we moved, the dark shapes of hills and rocks loomed around us. We kept the light in sight, tracking it carefully. It stayed at the same distance, roughly a quarter mile ahead, just past a rise in the ground. Suddenly, about halfway there, the light vanished. One moment it was there, glowing steady and clear. The next, it simply disappeared. No flicker, no dimming, no fade, just gone. We froze, barely daring to breathe. My heart pounded in my chest, the silence around us seeming louder than ever. We scanned the area where the light had been, peering into the dark shadows between the trees and rocks. There was nothing. No sign of a flashlight or torch dropped on the ground. No campfire, no reflection, no movement. Nothing but darkness. The air felt colder, the silence heavier. We stood for a long moment, unsure what to do. The logical side of me wanted to turn back. This was far enough, and the disappearing light felt like a warning. But curiosity and a creeping sense of dread pushed us to keep going. We pressed on cautiously, heading to where the light should have been. The terrain grew rougher, with larger stones and patches of heather. We moved slowly, eyes darting back and forth, ears straining for any sound besides the wind. The further we went, the more the darkness seemed to press in around us, swallowing up everything familiar. At the spot where the light had vanished, we found absolutely nothing. No footprints, no marks on the grass, no crushed plants, no signs that anyone or anything had been there recently. The ground was undisturbed, the grass tall and wet with dew. I crouched down to examine the soil, pressing my fingers into the cold earth. There were no scuff marks, no disturbed stones, no broken twigs. Nothing that could explain the sudden appearance of a bright light just moments before. We spread out slowly, scanning the immediate area, calling out softly to each other, though no one answered. The only reply was the echo of our voices swallowed by the hills. We stood in silence for several minutes, the weight of the unknown pressing down on us. It was the kind of moment that makes your skin crawl, the kind of feeling you get when something just doesn't add up, and your mind races through every possible explanation, finding none. The logical answers started to fade fast. Was it someone hiking alone, shining a torch? But why so late at night, so far from any trail? Why had the light vanished completely, without a trace? Could it have been a car or a bike? No roads or paths were nearby. Was it some kind of reflection, maybe from a distant house or a campfire hidden behind a ridge? We'd scouted the area thoroughly that afternoon and seen no signs. Could it have been an animal? Some strange, glowing insect or creature? No, nothing that bright or steady exists in that environment. Could it have been a drone or some kind of tech? In such a remote place, at such a time, none of us had seen any signal or heard any buzzing. We walked back to camp, the night suddenly feeling colder, heavier, and less welcoming. The usual comforting sounds of the wilderness, the wind, the distant owl, seemed absent. Instead, every shadow seemed darker, every rustle louder. Back at our tents, we huddled close, reluctant to sleep, each of us wide awake despite exhaustion. None of us could shake the feeling that we'd seen something we weren't supposed to. Something unexplained, but very real. We spent the rest of the night alert, taking turns watching the perimeter. No other lights appeared, no strange noises came, no sign of anyone or anything. When morning came, the landscape was just as we'd left it, calm, green, peaceful. The bright sunlight washed away the fear and mystery of the night, but the questions remained. What had that light been? None of us have been able to come up with a satisfying answer. We checked maps and local reports. No one else had seen anything unusual in the area recently. No search parties, no lost hikers, no reported incidents. We talked to locals later, and they were as baffled as we were, suggesting possibilities from illegal poachers to hunters using night vision gear. But none fit perfectly. The whole thing stayed with me, though. That sense of unease and the feeling that out there in the dark, something unknown was watching, or moving just out of sight. It wasn't ghosts or fairies or anything supernatural. It was real. It was possible. It was terrifying because it made me realize how little we really know about the wild places we think we understand. Since that night, I've been wary of the dark mountains. I don't camp without a buddy anymore, and I always triple-check my gear and surroundings. I've grown more respectful of the silence and the shadows because sometimes things happen in the night that can't be easily explained. And sometimes a bright light appears where no one should be, and then just disappears without a trace. During the late 90s, I was 16 years old and absolutely hooked on mountain biking. It wasn't just a hobby to me, it was a way to escape, explore, and push myself. I had just gotten a new GT, a sleek bike with thick tires, a sturdy frame, and all the gears I needed for rough terrain. It was my pride and joy, and I wanted to take it out for a real test, something more than just riding the sidewalks or paved trails near where I lived. At that time, I lived with my grandparents in a small town in Georgia. They were pretty laid back, and they didn't mind my biking adventures as long as I was careful. One weekend, we decided to visit some distant cousins who lived deep in the backwoods of Georgia, people my grandparents jokingly called our redneck cousins. They lived way off the beaten path, in a place where the roads were mostly dirt and gravel, and the woods seemed endless. I thought this was the perfect opportunity to take my new bike out into real wilderness. No pavement, just raw nature and old trails. I packed my gear, making sure I had water, a flashlight, and some snacks, then hopped in the car with my grandparents for the drive. The road wound through thick pine forests and rolling hills until we reached their property, a small clearing surrounded by dense woods. Their house was old, weathered by time and weather, with the porch sagging a little but still sturdy enough to hold all of us. I spent the first part of the day with my cousins, who were friendly enough but definitely lived a different kind of life. They showed me around their land, a few old trucks, a rusted-out tractor, and a few outbuildings that looked like they'd been there forever. But all I could think about was getting my bike out and hitting those trails. As the afternoon faded, I decided to take a quick ride around the area. I figured I'd stay close and not get too far, just enough to see how the bike handled the rough dirt paths. The trails twisted through thick woods, and the air smelled of pine needles, damp earth, and a faint hint of smoke from nearby chimneys. It was peaceful but wild, like the kind of place time forgot. I started out feeling confident, the tires crunching over the loose dirt and scattered rocks. The bike handled great, and I was having fun weaving between the trees and hopping over roots. But after a while, I realized I didn't recognize where I was. The trails all looked the same, narrow paths cutting through thick forest, shadows stretching long in the late afternoon sun. I checked my watch. I'd been gone maybe an hour, but I hadn't seen any signs of the house or the main road. I tried to retrace my steps, but the paths forked and twisted, and I got turned around more than once. The woods were dense, and the underbrush thick, making it hard to see very far ahead. I felt the first twinge of unease. What if I couldn't find my way back? I wasn't carrying a map, and my cell phone was barely a brick compared to today's standards, with no signal in these parts anyway. The sun dipped lower, and the woods grew darker, shadows lengthening until the forest felt like a tunnel of black. I flicked on my bike's small flashlight, but it barely cut through the thick darkness. The only sounds were the crunch of my tires on the gravel and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. I started to realize just how isolated I was. The silence was heavy, broken only by the night's natural sounds. The distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals moving through the underbrush. Then I heard it, music. At first, it was faint, like a low hum carried on the wind. Then it grew louder and clearer. It was a song I recognized immediately, Elvis Presley's "I Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog." The sound was coming from somewhere in the woods, but it wasn't like it was just playing on a radio nearby. It echoed strangely, as if bouncing off the trees and rolling through the forest like a slow, haunting wave. I stopped my bike and looked around, trying to find the source, but I couldn't see a single light. The darkness was so thick that my flashlight seemed useless. The music grew louder, almost deafening now, and it felt like it was surrounding me from every side. It wasn't just the volume, it was the way the song carried an eerie, strange feeling. It didn't feel like someone was just playing a tape. It was more like the forest itself was alive with this strange sound. I pedaled faster, heart pounding, trying to put distance between me and that blasted music. Up ahead, the gravel road stretched out in front of me, empty and silent except for the crackle of my tires over the stones. I focused on the road, hoping to find a way back to the main trail. Suddenly, through the trees on the right side of the road, I saw it, a dark shape that didn't belong. An old camper trailer, half hidden by overgrown bushes and fallen branches. It looked like it hadn't been used in years, paint peeling and windows dirty and cracked. The music seemed to be blasting from inside it, though there was no sign of life around. I wanted to stop and investigate, maybe call out, but the overwhelming noise drowned out my thoughts. It felt oppressive, like the air was thick and heavy. My instincts screamed at me to get away. I turned my bike around and hammered back down the gravel road as fast as I could, the tires skidding on the loose rocks. The music faded behind me, but the memory of that eerie sound stuck in my head. I pushed on, the night swallowing me up as I tried to find any sign of civilization. Hours passed, or maybe it was less. I lost track of time. The woods didn't change, they just closed in tighter. My legs ached, and my throat was dry. I was exhausted and scared out of my mind. Eventually, I stumbled across a small roadside restaurant. It was closed for the night, windows dark and doors locked tight. Desperate, I spotted a side window that wasn't fully shut. With trembling hands, I pried it open just enough to slip inside. Inside, the place was cold and empty, the air stale with disuse. I found the phone behind the counter, and with a shaky voice, I dialed my grandparents. They promised to come get me, but I had to wait, pacing nervously in the dark restaurant. When the cops arrived, they were polite but serious, asking if I was okay and what happened. My grandparents showed up not long after, worried but relieved. We fixed the broken window the next day, and life went back to normal, or so I thought. That experience stayed with me. The fear of being lost in the dark woods, the strange music coming from nowhere, and that lonely old camper trailer haunted my memory for years. A couple of years later, in late '99, a friend and I decided to go biking back in that same area. We thought it would be fun, to see if we could find those trails and maybe relive some of the adventure. What I hadn't realized then was that at the very beginning of my lost trek, I had passed an old cemetery dating back to the 1800s. It was overgrown and tucked away, almost hidden by the thick woods. That day, we rode around the backwoods, laughing and racing each other on the dirt paths, the sun warm on our backs. The forest felt alive with birdsong and the rustle of leaves. We found clearings and small streams, and for a while, it was just two friends enjoying the wilderness. As dusk fell, we headed back toward the car. The sky turned a deep orange and purple, and shadows stretched long and soft. We passed the old cemetery again, its crumbling headstones barely visible under the moss and vines. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a flicker of color, a small orb floating near the edge of the graveyard. It wasn't a firefly or any insect I recognized. The orb glowed with swirling colors, orange, green, purple, and blue, shimmering in a perfect sphere. It hovered there, just beyond reach, and I stopped my bike to stare. My friend pulled up beside me, and we both watched the orb silently. It was beautiful and strange, almost mesmerizing. I wanted to get closer, to see what it really was, but before I could move, my friend suddenly pedaled away as fast as he could. The sudden fear in his movement made my heart race, and I followed suit without hesitation. We didn't stop until we reached the car, both of us breathing hard and shaken. He was eager to get out of there, and I couldn't blame him. The orb disappeared behind us, and we left the woods behind. I've never been able to explain that night. The music in the woods, the eerie camper, the glowing orb, all of it feels real, but it's something I can't put into words. It wasn't ghosts or anything supernatural. It was just strange, unsettling moments in a wild, quiet place where nature and mystery meet. That's the story I carry with me. The night I got lost in the backwoods of Georgia and the strange things I saw there. It's not a tale of monsters or spirits, just the kind of real, unsettling experience that stays with you long after the sun comes up. Several months ago, I was visiting my parents at their home in Utah Valley. It was a quiet neighborhood, one of those older, well-established areas with big trees, wide streets, and a steady calmness that settles in once the sun goes down. My parents' house sits near the edge of a small hill, giving it a great view of the valley in the distance and the mountains that loom far behind. I'd grown up in that house, but after moving out for college and work, I only came back every now and then. That night, I was staying for the weekend, and everything had been normal, nothing out of the ordinary, just a peaceful evening. It was maybe 8:30 or 9 at night, and I decided to take the dog out for a walk. Their dog, Max, is a medium-sized mutt, mostly black with a little white on his chest. He's getting old now, but still full of energy, and he loves going out at night when the air is cool. There's this loop I usually take, not too long, just a few blocks around the neighborhood. That night, it was quiet. No cars on the road, no people out. Just the sound of my footsteps and Max's leash jingling with each step. The air was cool but not cold. It was one of those Utah spring nights where the daytime warmth still lingers, just enough to make a light hoodie feel perfect. The stars were really bright that night. The air was dry and clear, and with so little light pollution, the sky looked like one of those high-resolution photos, just scattered with stars. I've always liked stargazing, even when I don't know what I'm looking at. It just feels calming. I was maybe one house away from my parents' place, walking along the sidewalk with Max sniffing at every bush and tree trunk. I stopped for a second to let him explore this patch of lawn, and while he was doing that, I looked up to check out the stars again. That's when I noticed them. In the southeast part of the sky, just above the silhouette of the tree line, there were 4 orange lights. At first I thought they might be some kind of plane or satellite, but they didn't look right. They were about the size of stars to my eyes, but they definitely weren't stars. They had this steady orange glow to them, not twinkling like stars do, and not blinking like a plane. They were all slowly moving, kind of drifting together in a diagonal line across the sky. I stood there, completely still, watching. Max had finished sniffing around and was just standing there beside me, leash slack, like he sensed I was focused on something. The lights moved slowly, not fast, but deliberate. The top one, the highest of the four, suddenly slowed down and then stopped. The other three continued for another second or two, and then each slowed down and stopped as well, one by one, until they formed a perfect vertical line. I kept staring, trying to make sense of it. They weren't blinking, just glowing steadily. There was no sound. The whole sky was quiet, and I couldn't hear anything but the wind in the trees and Max's leash when it shifted. It wasn't like anything I'd seen before. The lights didn't drift like balloons or hover like drones. They were steady, smooth, like they were guided by something intelligent. Then the top light blinked. Just once, a bit brighter, then dimmer again. After a second or two, it blinked again. Then a third time. Then suddenly it shot off to the south. Not like it slowly faded away. No, it shot off, like a meteor going the wrong direction. A fast, straight line, no curve, no wobble, just gone. I stood there frozen. My heart wasn't racing yet, but I could feel that cold, distant kind of fear that creeps up when you see something you don't understand. A few seconds later, the second light did the same thing. 3 slow blinks, then a sudden streak southward and gone. Then the third, and finally the fourth. Each of them blinked the same way, 3 slow pulses of light, and then shot away in that same straight southern path. Each time, the sky seemed to swallow them up like they had never been there. I stood there for maybe another minute, just staring at the empty sky. Max shifted beside me, looking up at me like he was wondering what I was doing. I looked around the neighborhood. Everything still looked the same. No one else seemed to be outside. The lights on in the windows of nearby houses were soft and still. There was no noise, no cars, nothing unusual except what I'd just seen. I turned around and started walking back toward my parents' house, keeping my eyes on the sky as long as I could. But there was nothing more. Just stars, steady and still. No more movement, no more lights. I got back inside and let Max off the leash. He trotted off to his water bowl like nothing had happened. I stood by the front window for a while, staring out at the same part of the sky, but it stayed quiet. I didn't say anything to my parents that night. I didn't really know what to say. I wasn't scared exactly, but the whole thing had rattled me. Not in a horror movie way, but in that deep, unnerving way that hits when you realize there are things out there you don't have an explanation for. It wasn't a dream. I wasn't half asleep or spaced out. I was completely awake and aware. I hadn't been drinking or anything like that. I knew what I saw, and it didn't fit with anything I'd seen before. The next morning I woke up and still felt weird about it. I kept going back over the moment, second by second, trying to figure out what it could have been. I looked up weather balloons, drones, satellite formations, even military stuff. But nothing I found moved or behaved quite like what I saw. The blinking, the way they moved in perfect coordination, and especially the way they shot off, it didn't match anything. For a while, I didn't tell anyone. It wasn't that I was afraid of being judged, but more that I didn't know how to talk about it. It wasn't some wild, over-the-top event. It was quiet, subtle, and eerie. It felt personal somehow, like something I'd stumbled onto that I wasn't meant to see. A few weeks later, I tried to draw it. Just a simple sketch of the sky, with the 4 dots and the order they moved in. I even tried recreating the timing in my head. It was always the same. The first light stops, then the rest line up, then each one blinks 3 times and disappears in a fast streak southward. Always 3 blinks. Always the same path. That detail still sticks with me the most. Since then, I've kept looking up more often. I've been watching the sky on clear nights, hoping maybe I'll see something like it again. But I haven't. I've seen satellites and planes and stars, and even the occasional meteor, but nothing like those lights. Nothing even close. And it's not that I'm obsessed with it, it's just that it stays with me, like a splinter in the back of my mind. Sometimes when I'm driving at night, I'll glance up at the sky and remember how still and quiet it was that night. I'll remember the way Max stood next to me, not barking or reacting, just calmly waiting while I stood there frozen. And I'll remember the way those orange lights blinked, not fast or urgent, but almost like they were saying goodbye or signaling something. Then they vanished like they were never there. I've come to accept that I may never know what I saw. Maybe it was some test flight. Maybe it was a phenomenon that hasn't been explained yet. Or maybe it was something else entirely. But whatever it wasn't normal. It didn't behave like anything from this world that I'm familiar with. It didn't make noise, didn't flash like aircraft, didn't drift like balloons. It was deliberate, controlled, precise. And for a few quiet minutes on a clear night in Utah Valley, I saw something I can't explain. It didn't change my life or give me some big revelation, but it left a mark. A quiet, constant memory of standing under the stars, watching orange lights blink 3 times and vanish into the night. And every time I walk past that same spot on the sidewalk, I look up again, just in case they come back. That night still sticks with me like a thick shadow, even though it happened years ago. I was 18, young, full of energy and maybe a bit reckless. We were at a beach resort with my buddies, a group of us just wanting to have fun, escape, and forget the usual grind for a while. The resort was decent, nothing fancy, just enough to keep us comfortable, with the ocean right there, stretching out endlessly. I remember the smell of salt in the air, the sound of the waves crashing softly against the shore, and the low hum of people enjoying the warm summer night. Earlier that evening, after a long day of swimming and drinking, I met a girl. We hit it off quickly, nothing too deep, just that kind of young, careless connection you get on a vacation. By the time the clock passed midnight, most of the resort was quiet, the music from the bars died down, and the beach was mostly empty. It felt like we had the whole place to ourselves. We decided to take a walk along the shore, the moon hanging bright and full in the sky, casting a cold, silver light that made everything look both beautiful and eerie at the same time. The beach stretched endlessly, but there was this rock pier nearby. It jutted out into the water like a jagged finger. I remember it was made of huge, rough stones stacked together, some wet and slippery from the sea spray. It was the kind of place people usually stayed off at night, maybe because it felt a little dangerous in the dark. But that night, it felt inviting. We started walking on it, the girl a few steps ahead, cautious with each footstep. I could see she was looking down, focused on where she was putting her feet. The rocks were uneven, slick with moisture, and in some places, the gaps were wide enough to catch a foot if you weren't careful. The sound of the waves crashing below was louder here, echoing against the stones, mixing with the occasional call of distant seabirds settling for the night. The moonlight was surprisingly strong. It lit up the water and the rocks enough to see clearly, casting long shadows and giving the whole scene an otherworldly feel. The waves moved rhythmically, pushing and pulling, breaking over the rocks with white foam, making everything glisten under the moon. We walked slowly, the cool night air fresh and salty against our skin. The girl laughed softly at something I said, a light sound that felt so out of place against the serious stillness of the sea. It was easy to forget, in that moment, how alone we really were out there. When we reached the end of the pier, the rocks became even more jagged, and the water was rougher. It was quieter here, with nothing but the sound of the ocean and the cool wind brushing against us. The girl moved first, carefully climbing onto a rock closer to the water. She took 2 steps, still looking down, trying not to slip. She was steady but tense, like she was aware of the danger, but wasn't afraid enough to stop. I was right behind her, about to follow when something caught my eye. I looked ahead, just beyond where she was stepping, and I saw it. The moonlight revealed the shape caught between the rocks, a body. The water had pushed it against the stones, holding it there like a dark, heavy trap. It was unmistakably a dead person, someone who had drowned. The head and one arm were visible, pale and still, with the rest tangled between the rocks and seaweed. The face was slack, eyes closed, hair wet and tangled. It looked like the body had been there for a while. The water had smoothed out the skin, but it was clear this was no fresh victim. My breath caught. I froze, heart pounding like a drum in my chest. It was the kind of shock that made your body lock up, even though your mind screamed at you to move. The waves kept crashing, a relentless sound that filled the silence between my heartbeats. I suddenly realized that the girl's next step was going to be right where the body lay. Her foot was about to touch the wet stones near the dead person. Panic shot through me, and without thinking, I shouted, "Come back!" My voice was harsh and urgent, breaking the calm night. She stopped immediately, startled. She looked at me, confused, then down toward the rocks, trying to see what had me so alarmed. I grabbed her arm and pulled her back. "Don't look. Just get back here," I warned again. She obeyed without hesitation, stepping back onto the safer part of the pier. Once we were back on the flat stones, I told her what I saw, though the words felt hollow in the quiet night. Her face went pale, and tears started to fall down her cheeks. She told me we had to do something, that someone needed to know about this. We hurried back along the pier, careful to avoid the slippery rocks. The fear settled deep in my stomach, making my legs feel heavy even as I tried to pick up the pace. The cold air mixed with sweat on my skin, and every so often, the wind carried the faint smell of seaweed and salt. Back at the resort, everything looked different. The bright lights of the building seemed distant, and the few people still awake were just shadows behind curtains or inside rooms. We kept walking, hoping to find someone to help. At some point, we saw a cop standing near the parking lot, his figure sharp against the dim light from a street lamp. I told him everything, my voice still shaky. He nodded and followed us to the pier. Watching him approach the rocks, inspecting the body, I felt a strange mix of relief and unease. Relief because finally, someone was here to deal with it. Unease because the image of that lifeless figure stuck in the rocks was burned into my mind. The cop called for backup. Soon, more officers arrived with flashlights and equipment. They carefully pulled the body out of the water and laid it on a tarp. The crowd that gathered was quiet and tense. Someone was going to have to identify the person, but for now, all we could do was wait. I stood there for a long time after, staring at the waves, listening to the crash of the ocean. The moon was still high, casting light on the water, but the night felt heavier now, darker somehow. The next morning, the news spread quietly through the resort. They said the person had likely been missing for a few days, maybe from another nearby town. There was talk about the cause of death, about accidents and drownings. I kept thinking about how close I had been to stepping onto that spot, about how lucky we were to have found the body before it drifted away again or got lost in the tide. It changed something in me that night. The ocean had always seemed vast and wild, but now it felt dangerous and unpredictable. I realized how fragile life could be, how quickly things could go wrong. I never saw that girl again after the trip. We parted quietly, each carrying the memory of that night. For me, it was a reminder that sometimes the darkness hides real things, not stories or fantasies, but the cold, hard truth of life and death. The memory is still vivid, the cold rocks underfoot, the smell of salt and seaweed, the sound of the waves, and the pale, lifeless form caught between the stones. It's a memory that lingers, quiet but unshakable, a reminder that even on the most beautiful nights, there can be something waiting just beneath the surface. I worked at the park on the graveyard shift, mostly alone during the nights. The park had a pretty rough history, crimes, break-ins, vandals, so part of the job was keeping an eye on things, even when there wasn't much going on. My shifts usually involved a lot of downtime, but there were regular checks and patrols to keep me busy and make sure everything was okay. One night, I had finished my cleaning duties fairly quickly. The tasks were mostly sweeping up the beach area, emptying trash cans, wiping down the picnic tables, and checking that the restrooms were locked and secure. The park was closed at night, so there weren't many people around. I was left with hours to kill. The beach was mostly empty except for the sound of gentle waves rolling in under the moonlight. I found a spot near the jetty to park my truck, right on the sand, with the water stretching out to the right and the dark shape of the jetty jutting out into the water just a few dozen feet away. The sand glowed softly in the moonlight. The sky was clear, a pale silver moon casting enough light that I could see the uneven surface of the sand and the scattered rocks near the jetty's base. I pulled out a crossword puzzle book and sat in the driver's seat with the door open. I had a small flashlight in my hand, just enough to see the letters on the page, and I was slowly working through the puzzle, enjoying the quiet and the cool night air. The salty breeze was barely there. In fact, the air was still, no wind to disturb the calm. About an hour into my quiet time, something sharp and loud shattered the silence. Bam! 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 It wasn't a gentle knock or a tap. It was heavy, powerful pounding on the metal roof of my truck. The whole truck shook from the force. I nearly jumped out of my skin, heart racing instantly. The pounding was steady, 3 hard hits in a row, and then silence again. I sat frozen for a moment, trying to process what had just happened. My first thought was that it had to be one of the other rangers playing a prank. Some of them lived inside the park in cabins nearby, and they sometimes took late-night walks or rounds. They knew I liked a good joke, and maybe one of them had snuck up behind me to scare me. I turned slowly, flashlight and pistol already in hand, looking around the beach and the truck. The area around me was wide open, no trees, no bushes, no places for anyone to hide. I could see a good 200 yards in every direction. The sand was bare, lit clearly by the moon, and the water beyond the jetty was still and quiet. No one was there. No footprints in the sand, no movement, no sign of a person who could have run off that quickly. I spun around again, scanning the flat beach. No shapes, no shadows, no flickers of movement. The wind was calm. There was no rustling to suggest someone was hiding just out of sight. I even crouched down and shone the light under the truck, sweeping the beams slowly over the tires and under the chassis. Nothing. No raccoon, no animal, no dropped object that could have fallen and bounced off. No one crouched low trying to hide. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe a branch from the jetty's wooden structure had broken loose and hit the roof, but the jetty was well maintained and solid, and nothing made a sound like that when it fell. Plus, the pounding was too deliberate, too forceful, and repeated. I stood up and walked the perimeter of the truck slowly, checking carefully for footprints or anything left behind. The sand was cold beneath my boots, the moonlight cool and sharp. There was no sign that anyone had been near me. I felt a chill that wasn't from the cold. It was the strange feeling that I had been watched, or maybe even targeted. The pounding was too strong to be an accident, but no one had been there. I decided to leave the truck and head back to the gatehouse where there were other rangers. At least there, I wouldn't be completely alone. The walk back was long, stretching maybe 500 yards across the sand toward the entrance. The moonlight cast my long shadow ahead of me, but still, I looked behind and to the sides often. The silence was thick. I kept my flashlight steady in one hand, and my pistol, unholstered but ready, in the other. I didn't hear footsteps or any sounds except the waves and the occasional call of a distant bird. The air remained still, without even a breeze to stir the sand or the grass along the edge of the dunes. I got back to the gatehouse and sat down, trying to shake off the feeling. I radioed the front gate to check in, standard protocol every half hour, and gave them my location. The voice on the other end was calm and professional. Nothing unusual. I told myself maybe I was just tired or jumpy, or maybe the pounding was something simple that I couldn't figure out. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, eyes peeled, ears straining for any sound. Weeks went by and I told a few people about the pounding, but no one had an answer. The other rangers thought I was imagining things, or that maybe an animal had caused it, but I knew better. After a few months, I moved to working the gatehouse itself on the same graveyard shift. It was a different experience. The gatehouse was a small building at the park's entrance. A few rooms, a desk with radios and cameras, a small black and white TV that mostly showed reruns, and a couple of chairs. There were outdoor lights around the building, a streetlight out front about 50 yards away, and another behind the building. It was a little brighter and more secure than the open beach, but it still had that lonely, quiet feeling at night. I had to let the few authorized fishermen with overnight passes through the gate, making sure they signed in and stayed on the jetty. I had to stop anyone else from sneaking in. Sometimes people showed up at 3 a.m., confused and angry that the park was closed, or demanding to get through. Mostly, though, it was just me and the occasional radio call. The weirdest part about the gatehouse was the shadows I sometimes saw out of the corner of my eye. They looked like people, quick movements just beyond the door or the windows, but when I got up to look, there was no one there. Sometimes I'd step outside to check, but there was nothing but the empty road and dark woods beyond the streetlights. One night, the shadows moved faster, darting across the side of the building like they were running. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside. The air was cool and smelled like damp earth and pine needles. The road was empty. No cars, no joggers, no hikers. I walked around the building slowly, shining the beam of light into every shadow and crevice. Nothing. The park had a history of people sneaking in, some for fishing, some for less legal reasons, partying, drinking, or worse. I figured maybe someone had been lurking around, trying to scare me or just passing through. But I never caught anyone. The months passed. The pounding on the truck roof remained the strangest, most unsettling event. It was the one thing I never explained, the one night I couldn't just shrug off. Looking back, I think what made it so unsettling wasn't just the pounding itself. It was the fact that nothing about it made sense. The park was quiet and still. No trees or bushes near the truck. No footprints or signs of life. No wind or animals to cause noise. And yet, something hit the roof hard enough to shake the whole truck 3 times in a row and vanished. It was the kind of thing that sticks with you, that gnaws at the back of your mind when you're alone in the dark. I never saw anyone or anything. I never caught a glimpse of a person or a clue to what had happened. It felt like a warning, or maybe a message, but from who or what I never found out. The park stayed open, and I kept working the night shift, watching, waiting, listening. The pounding never happened again. But sometimes, when I was alone in the quiet, I'd hear a faint sound in the distance, a soft thud, like a knock or a tap, and my skin would prick. I guess some nights are just meant to remind you that you're not as alone as you think. But in the end, all I had was that night, that pounding on the roof, and the knowledge that something had been there, close enough to shake my truck, and gone before I could see it. No answers, just a quiet night, and a pounding that never stopped echoing in my mind. When I was about 12 years old, my cousin invited me over one summer afternoon to play in the creek behind his house. His place was out in northwest Indiana, not far from some thick woods and stretches of fields that went on for miles. The creek ran right through the back of his yard, a narrow, slow-moving ribbon of water that cut through the tall grass and trees, lined with smooth stones and muddy banks. It was the kind of place kids like us loved, perfect for exploring, building dams, and throwing rocks to see who could make the biggest splash. Before we even got to the creek, my cousin told me about this weird animal he'd seen a few times near the water. He said it looked like a baby crocodile, but it was about twice as long. He described it as black and furry, which immediately made me think he was pulling my leg. Crocodiles didn't live anywhere near here, and I figured he was just messing around. But something about how serious he sounded made me keep an eye out anyway. We got to the creek and kicked off our shoes, the warm summer sun making the water feel nice on our feet. The mud between my toes was cool and soft. We started building little dams out of sticks and stones, trying to redirect the water and catch leaves and bugs. We threw rocks and mud clumps at the banks and made a game of seeing who could find the biggest crawdad or the fastest fish darting through the water. It was the kind of simple, messy fun that made summer afternoons perfect. I remember how the light was coming through the leaves, casting shadows that danced on the surface of the water. The air smelled like wet earth and fresh grass. Birds were chirping, and the quiet hum of insects buzzed nearby. Everything felt calm and normal. At one point, I spotted a hole in the muddy bank near the edge of the water. It was just big enough to look like it could be a snake's den or maybe a muskrat's home. Without thinking much about it, I grabbed a big clump of mud and threw it right at the hole. I wanted to see if anything would come out or if the splash would scare away some animal hiding inside. That's when it happened. Out of nowhere, this creature exploded out of the hole and into the water. It was fast, too fast for me to catch a clear look right away. It slipped into the creek and started swimming downstream, twisting its body through the water like a snake. It was terrifying and fascinating all at once. My cousin and I stared, frozen for a moment, before we started running alongside the creek, trying to keep pace with the animal. It was clear we wouldn't catch it. It was moving like a dark shadow, slick and fluid. The water rippled around it, but the creature's body stayed mostly above the surface, weaving between rocks and logs with ease. I could make out more details now that it was swimming closer. It looked like a ferret, but much bigger and more muscular. Its fur was shiny and black, slicked down by the water. Its face was long and narrow, with sharp, gleaming eyes that seemed to watch us as much as we watched it. The way it moved wasn't like any animal I'd seen in these parts. It slithered more than swam, bending and twisting its body in smooth, snake-like motions. There were no crocodiles or alligators in Indiana, not anywhere near that creek or the surrounding woods. It was impossible, but this thing looked like some kind of weird, twisted version of one. The fur threw me off completely. Who had ever seen a furry crocodile? It was like something out of a bad dream or a strange animal from another world. We followed the creek as it curved and twisted, the creature always staying just ahead, slipping through the water like it belonged there. I kept watching it, feeling a mix of fear and curiosity. The way it moved was so unnatural that I couldn't stop staring, even though my skin was crawling. The banks were muddy and slippery, so I had to be careful where I stepped. The creek wasn't very deep, maybe 2 or 3 feet at most, but the water was cold and murky. Tree roots jutted out here and there, tangled and knotted, and the air smelled damp and earthy. Leaves floated on the surface, pushed by the gentle current, and the trees overhead blocked the sky in patches. My cousin and I kept running along the bank, shouting and trying to scare the creature, but it never slowed down. It disappeared under the water once or twice, then reappeared a little further down, cutting through the water with that snake-like grace. I remember feeling helpless, like we were watching something we were never supposed to see. At one point, the creek widened a bit, opening into a small pool surrounded by reeds and bushes. The creature paused there, swimming in tight circles. I thought maybe it was tired or waiting for us to give up. But then it darted out again, heading into a narrower stretch where the trees grew thick, their branches hanging low over the water. We followed as best as we could, but soon the brush was too thick to run through easily. We had to slow down and push through the branches, grabbing at vines and ducking under low limbs. The air smelled richer here, with wet leaves and moss covering everything. I could hear the creature splashing ahead, its wet fur glistening in the dappled sunlight. Suddenly, the creature stopped moving. We slowed too, unsure if it was hiding or just waiting. The creek curved sharply here, and the trees grew so close together that it was almost like walking through a tunnel. I could hear the water trickling and splashing, but I couldn't see the creature anywhere. My heart was pounding, and I could feel sweat running down my back, even though the air was cool under the trees. I wanted to keep going, to find out where it had gone, but a deep sense of unease settled over me. This was no normal animal, and I had the feeling it could be dangerous if it wanted to be. After a few minutes, my cousin and I quietly turned back, deciding to leave the creek and head home before things got too dark. We didn't say much on the way back, just kept looking over our shoulders, half expecting the creature to jump out again. When we finally reached his backyard and climbed up the bank away from the creek, the world felt safer. The sun was starting to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the yard. The smell of fresh-cut grass and the distant sound of cars on the road brought me back to normal life. That night, I lay in bed, trying to picture the creature again. I couldn't shake the image of that sleek, black body sliding through the water, the way it moved so smoothly and silently. I thought about all the animals I knew from around here, and none of them came close to what I'd seen. It was like a glimpse of something wild and secret, hiding just out of reach. Over the years, I asked around and read up on animals native to the area. Nothing matched what I saw. Some people mentioned mink or otters, but those were smaller and didn't swim like that. Others said maybe it was a river otter with a bad fur coat, but I knew what I saw. It was bigger, meaner looking, and moved differently. Sometimes, when I'm near that creek, I still wonder if it's out there. Maybe it's some rare or forgotten creature that's managed to survive in the shadows, hidden away from people and cameras. Or maybe it was just a strange, one-time sighting of an animal nobody ever expected to see. Whatever it was, I never went back to the creek after that day. The memory of that black, furry shape slipping through the water is still clear in my mind, and it reminds me that even in places we think we know, there can be things that don't fit, things that remind you how little you really understand about the world around you. I've lived in the same house all my life, 19 years, and honestly, I never thought much about it. It's just a regular old house, nothing fancy, nothing historic or anything. Just a simple 2-story with a basement that my parents finished years ago, a kitchen that smells faintly of old wood and coffee, and creaky floors that sound like they're complaining when you walk over them. Most of the time, it's just a place to come home to crash and relax. But sometimes, when I'm alone, especially late at night, there's this feeling that creeps over me down in the basement, and I can't really explain it. I usually spend my evenings gaming, headphones on, sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the TV. The basement has a big screen and a couch, but I prefer sitting on the floor. It just feels more focused that way. The only light comes from the TV and my keyboard. The rest of the basement is shrouded in shadows. There are windows, but at night they look out into complete darkness. The house is quiet except for the hum of the gaming system and the occasional creak or pop of the house settling. That's when it starts, this subtle unease. It's not fear exactly. It's more like awareness. Like the space feels smaller, the silence heavier, like the walls are closing in a little. The air feels thicker, colder somehow, but not cold enough to be uncomfortable. More like something unseen is watching. And I'm not just imagining this. It's real in the moment. Once, I remember, I was so unsettled that I actually spoke out loud to myself. It was one of those nights when I was gaming late, maybe 2 or 3 a.m., and I felt the weight of the house pressing in on me. I said something like, "It's just the house. Nothing's wrong." It was weird to say it out loud, because I don't get scared easily, and I don't have anxiety. But in that moment, it was like saying it made me feel less alone, less vulnerable. The weirdest part happened about 2 years ago, when I was in the kitchen with my mom. The kitchen is the heart of the house, the center between the foyer where we come in and the basement door, which is just a few feet away. We were just talking, nothing serious, the kind of small talk that fills quiet moments. Then suddenly, the basement door slammed shut. It wasn't just a soft click or a door closing with a draft. It was a loud, hard slam, the kind of noise that shakes the window panes and makes you jump. The kitchen is small and open to the foyer, and that door is heavy. It's not like it could close on its own from a breeze or anything. It's old, a solid wooden door with a brass handle and a latch that needs to be lifted to open it. The basement itself is below ground level, so it doesn't exactly get wind gusts rushing through. I looked at my mom. She froze, and I could tell she was just as surprised as I was. We didn't say anything for a moment. It was one of those silent exchanges where you both know something weird just happened, but don't want to voice it. I thought maybe it was the wind, but the house was completely still. No windows open, no doors open, no fans running. The temperature was steady, and the lights were normal. My mom never fully admitted it wasn't the wind. She just quickly changed the subject, something about needing to get ready for bed or how the day went. I wanted to ask more, but she shut me down with a glance. Since then, whenever I bring it up, she looks away or brushes it off, as if thinking about it too much might invite trouble. I'm not the kind of person to jump to conclusions or blame strange noises on ghosts or spirits. I've always tried to be practical and rational, but that slam was different. It was not normal. Since that night, the basement feels even heavier. I avoid going down there late alone if I can help it. When I do, I keep the lights on, and sometimes I leave the basement door open a crack. I try to stay busy, focus on whatever I'm doing. But there are moments when I swear I can hear faint creaks or whispers. Nothing clear, just soft sounds that could easily be the house settling or the pipes shifting, but they still set my nerves on edge. The basement has a lot of things in it. Old boxes of stuff my parents never threw out, holiday decorations, some tools, and the gaming setup I mentioned. There's a furnace tucked in the corner, and pipes run along the ceiling. The walls are cinder blocks painted white, but the paint is chipped in places, giving it a rough, unfinished feel. Sometimes when I'm down there, I catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. I tell myself it's just shadows or the way the light flickers. I even think about the fact that my eyes get tired late at night, and my brain tries to make sense of shapes in the dark. Still, those moments make me freeze in place for a second. The basement stairs creak loudly when you come down, and the sound echoes off the walls. One night, I was going down to grab a drink, and I thought I heard footsteps behind me on the stairs. I stopped and listened. Nothing. Just my own breath and the faint hum of the furnace. I waited a few seconds, then turned around. No one there. I tried to convince myself I was imagining things. I even tested it once by walking down and then standing still to listen for footsteps again. But it never happened twice when I was expecting it. It's always random, always catching me off guard. Another thing I've noticed is the basement smells different sometimes. Usually, it has that typical basement smell, musty, like damp concrete mixed with old wood. But some nights, there's a strange smell, like something metallic or faintly burnt. It's never strong enough to pinpoint or follow anywhere. It just lingers for a little while before disappearing. I asked my mom if the furnace or the pipes had ever had problems. She said nothing unusual, that everything was serviced regularly. She joked that maybe I was smelling the ghosts of old appliances, but she didn't sound serious. The basement is probably the oldest part of the house. The house itself was built in the 1950s, and the basement was finished sometime in the early 70s, according to my dad. Over the years, the house has settled and shifted a bit. There are cracks in the foundation walls, and the floors creak more than they used to. Sometimes I wonder if the sounds and sensations are just the house reminding me that it's old, that it's alive in its own way, shifting and changing beneath my feet. But that door slamming shut? That felt different. It wasn't the house settling. It wasn't wind or a draft. It was sharp, sudden, and impossible to ignore. I've checked the door dozens of times since. It closes firmly, but you have to pull it shut. It doesn't just swing closed on its own. The latch works fine, and nothing about it looks broken or loose. Sometimes at night, I'll sit on the basement stairs just staring at the door. I think about what could have caused it to slam. Maybe an animal? But the basement is sealed well enough that a raccoon or something couldn't just get in. We have no signs of critters down there. The windows are small, barred by grills outside, and there's a small vent, but it's covered with a metal mesh. Whatever it was that night, I'll never know. The fact that my mom doesn't want to talk about it makes it feel heavier, like some secret we're both ignoring. It's as if acknowledging it might give it power or invite something else in. I still go down to the basement sometimes, but never late alone. The feeling never goes away entirely, and sometimes when I'm playing video games, I get this prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like something's watching from the shadows. But when I look up, nothing's there. I'm not scared enough to move out or anything, but I'm always aware now. There's a boundary in the house, a line I don't want to cross too often. I'm not going to say the house is haunted. I don't believe in that stuff. But some nights, when the basement door slams shut all by itself, it's clear that some things don't have easy explanations. And sometimes, the house feels like it's holding its breath, waiting for me to notice something I can't see. It was December 17th, 2007, a Monday night, cold, dry, and clear, the kind of winter night where the stars felt unusually sharp, like they'd been polished for show. I remember because we'd just gotten home from a long road trip. We'd been visiting family up north, about a 10-hour drive from where we lived. The trip had been long, loud, and filled with the kind of tension that builds when you're crammed into a car for too long. I was tired, not just sleepy, but tired down to the bones, mentally worn out, physically stiff, just wanting to unload the car and collapse inside. It was around 10 p.m. when we pulled into the driveway. The air outside was colder than I expected, dry and biting. I could see my breath in front of me as soon as I stepped out of the car. The neighborhood was quiet. Lights in the houses around us were either off or dimmed behind curtains. It felt like the world had already gone to sleep, and we were the last ones crawling in. The crunch of gravel under my boots felt louder than it should have. I walked around to the back seat, opened the door, and started grabbing bags, duffels, shopping bags, snacks we hadn't finished. I was halfway leaned in when something in the sky caught my eye. It was a bright streak of light, just above the trees across the road. At first, I thought it was a shooting star, big, white gold, and glowing like a flare. But it wasn't moving right. It wasn't streaking across the sky like a normal shooting star. It was gliding. Slow. Slower than any shooting star I'd ever seen. I froze there with one hand on the bag strap, eyes locked on the sky. My first thought was, that is one big-ass shooting star. It must be really close. And it did look close. Not like those high, distant flickers you sometimes see when you glance up at the right moment. This looked low, like it was skimming just above the cloud line, except there weren't any clouds. The sky was completely clear. I kept watching it. Something felt wrong. It wasn't just the speed. It was the color. It was bright white, too bright for the stars around it, and the glow didn't flicker like a normal meteor would. It was steady, like it had its own power source. I know that sounds stupid, but that's the best way I can explain it. And the tail behind it wasn't a streak, it was a trail. A thick, glowing line stretching behind it like it was cutting the sky open. Then I noticed something else. At the end of the tail, far behind the bright light at the front, there were two smaller blinking lights. Faint, but definitely there. They blinked in a pattern, on-off, like aircraft lights. But they were the same color as the big glowing front. It didn't make sense. Planes don't look like that. Satellites don't blink. Meteors don't hover. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds, just staring, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. My breath fogged in front of me and drifted away. The cold air on my face didn't register anymore. It was like my brain was pushing everything else to the side to focus only on that thing in the sky. Then I got this strange feeling in my chest. Not fear exactly, more like unease. Like when you walk into a room and suddenly forget why you're there, and something feels off but you don't know what. My stomach dropped, and a weird prickling feeling spread up the back of my neck. My mind was telling me I needed to move, now. I slammed the car door shut and ran inside. My boots thudded hard against the driveway, then the front steps. I don't even remember unlocking the door. I must have already had the keys in my hand. I just remember bursting into the house and shutting the door behind me like I was locking something out. Once I was inside, the warmth hit me, and for a second, I stood there just breathing hard, heart pounding. I felt stupid, embarrassed even, like I'd just freaked myself out over nothing. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't a plane. It wasn't a satellite. It wasn't a shooting star. It was something else, and I didn't have a name for it. I didn't say anything to anyone that night. I didn't even look out the window. I went to the bathroom, splashed water on my face, and then crawled into bed. I couldn't sleep, though. I lay there for hours, eyes open, listening to the silence of the house, the creaks of the floorboards settling, the occasional hum of the heater turning on. My mind kept replaying that image over and over. The light, the blinking dots, the slow glide across the sky. The next morning, I went back out to the car to finish unloading. Everything was just as we left it. Sky was still clear. Cold had settled in harder, and there were a few tiny frost crystals clinging to the windshield. I looked up, just out of habit, half expecting to see something. But there was nothing, just blue sky. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a plane with an unusually bright light. Maybe it was some sort of atmospheric illusion. Maybe the long drive had messed with my head. Maybe the cold and the exhaustion made me misjudge what I was seeing. But that image never left me. I kept thinking about the way it moved, so slow, like it was dragging itself forward through thick air. I thought about the blinking lights, how perfectly spaced they were, how faint and steady. It didn't feel random. It felt controlled. A few days later, I went online, started checking local news sites, forums, anything that might mention something strange seen in the sky around that date. I didn't find much. One post on a random message board mentioned something weird seen over the mountains a few hundred miles away, but it was vague, and I couldn't tell if it was even the same night. Most other mentions of UFO sightings felt like obvious jokes or rambling nonsense. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd seen something important. Not necessarily alien. I wasn't thinking about aliens. I was thinking about how much we don't understand about what goes on above our heads. I've always been a pretty grounded person. I don't believe in ghosts. I don't buy into conspiracy theories or fantasy. I believe in weather patterns, air traffic control, satellites. But what I saw didn't fit any of that. Over the next few weeks, I found myself looking up at the sky more often. Not obsessively, just more aware. Watching for anything unusual. Most nights were uneventful. The usual stars, planes blinking across the sky, the occasional helicopter. But nothing like that night. Nothing even close. Eventually, the memory settled into the back of my mind like a dream you can't fully forget. Life moved on. Holidays came and went. The year changed. But even now, every time I'm outside at night and I catch movement in the sky out of the corner of my eye, I feel a little jolt. That brief flicker of wondering, is it happening again? I've thought about reporting it. I looked up some of those official forms you can fill out to describe sightings. But something about it felt pointless. What would I even say? Saw a weird light in the sky. Not a plane. Not a star. I didn't have proof. I didn't have photos or videos. Just my memory. And memories are fragile things. Still, I know what I saw. I remember the cold on my face, the silence in the air, the glow of the light cutting through the darkness. I remember the trail behind it, the blinking dots like eyes staring back. I remember the stillness of that moment, how time seemed to slow down. And most of all, I remember the way it made me feel. Not scared, exactly. Not awed either. Just unsettled. Like I had seen something I wasn't supposed to. Something out of place. Something not part of the usual world. I never saw it again. I haven't had any other strange experiences. No missing time. No unusual dreams. Just that one moment, that one night. It came and went like a whisper, leaving behind more questions than answers. But I still think about it sometimes. Especially on cold, clear nights when the stars are sharp and the sky feels too quiet. I look up and I wonder. Maybe it was a military aircraft, something still under wraps. Maybe it was a test of some new drone technology. Maybe it was space debris re-entering in a strange pattern. Maybe it was nothing at all, and my tired brain filled in the gaps with something it thought made sense. Or maybe it really was something else. Something we don't have a name for yet. Whatever it was, I know what I saw. I'll never forget the way it moved. The way it lit up the sky without making a sound. The way it made me feel like a small, confused animal staring up at something far beyond my understanding. And even now, almost 2 decades later, I still catch myself looking up at the night sky, searching for a light that shouldn't be there. I woke up around 6:40 that morning. My alarm didn't even need to go off. I just opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling, already fully awake. I remember lying there for a minute, trying to gather myself before I started the usual morning routine. The sunlight was starting to slide in through the blinds in long, thin stripes, casting angled shadows across the walls. It was early February, one of those weird Southern California mornings where it's cold in the shade, but already warming up in the sun. I remember thinking about whether I needed a jacket. My apartment is just off Central Avenue in Glendale, not too far from the Galleria. I've lived there about 3 years, and I know the neighborhood pretty well by now. It's not sketchy, not high-end either, just a mix of normal apartment buildings and older single-family homes packed close together. A lot of traffic on weekdays, especially around 7:30 to 8:30 when everyone's commuting. I usually leave around 7:10 to beat the rush and get to work with time to grab a coffee before clocking in. That morning was nothing special. I brushed my teeth, made some toast, packed my lunch. The usual. I double-checked that I had my keys, wallet, and badge for work, then slung my bag over my shoulder and headed out the front door. The air outside was crisp but dry. I remember hearing some pigeons fighting over something near the sidewalk and the distant hum of traffic from the 134. I walked across the little paved path in front of my apartment and out to the street, where my car was parked. A white Honda Civic, parked on the south side of the street like usual. I was still thinking about whether I wanted to stop at the Starbucks on Brand or not. That was where my head was at. Just a normal weekday, same as always. I walked around the back of the car to the passenger side so I could throw my bag in the seat before getting in. I remember I had my keys already in my hand, and I was halfway through pulling the handle when something off to my right caught my eye. It was just a small shape, maybe 10 feet away on the sidewalk. At first I barely registered it, just a weird lump of something oddly shaped and grayish in color, maybe the size of a grapefruit. It wasn't moving. It was just sitting there, maybe a foot off the curb, on the cracked concrete. My brain processed it as some trash. A balled-up newspaper, maybe. Nothing unusual, but something about it felt wrong. I don't know what made me take a second look. Maybe it was how still it was. Or maybe the shape, too round in some parts, too sharp in others. I took a few steps toward it. The closer I got, the less it looked like paper. It wasn't dirty or soggy. It wasn't blowing in the breeze. It was sitting there, completely still. My footsteps slowed, and I stepped onto the sidewalk, peering down at it. That's when I saw what it really was. It was the top half of a cat's head. Not a toy, not a Halloween prop. Real. The fur was still on it, short, grayish fur, kind of dusty looking. One ear was intact. The other looked like it had been ripped or torn, flattened back. The eyes were gone. The whole thing looked like it had been cleanly separated from the lower jaw, right around the middle of the face. It wasn't crushed or mangled. It wasn't bloody either. That was maybe the worst part. No blood, no mess around it, no other body parts in sight. Just the top part of a small cat's head, sitting clean on the sidewalk in the middle of the morning. I froze. I didn't breathe for a second. My stomach flipped, and for a moment I thought I might throw up. My mouth filled with spit. I swallowed hard and backed away. My eyes locked on the thing like it might move. It didn't. I turned, walked quickly back to my car, opened the door, got in, and closed it. I didn't look back. I sat there for a second with my hand on the wheel, trying to decide what the hell to do. I thought about calling someone. The city. Animal control. But what would I even say? Hi, I found part of a cat's head on the sidewalk, and I don't know what to do. Would they even take it seriously? I couldn't explain it. I didn't want to touch it, didn't want to go back and take a picture or anything. It felt wrong, like something I shouldn't mess with. So I just started the engine and drove to work. The whole drive, my head was racing. I couldn't get the image out of my mind. The fur, the ear, the flat way it sat there. It looked like it had been placed there, not dropped or dragged. No other marks on the sidewalk, no blood trail, no feathers, no footprints, nothing. Just that one piece. At red lights, I kept seeing it in my head. Every time I blinked, it came back. When I got to work, I parked and sat there for a while before going inside. I didn't tell anyone. What would I even say? It wasn't something you just bring up over coffee. I went through the day distracted. I couldn't concentrate on anything. Even during meetings, my mind kept drifting back to it. What animal does that? A coyote? Maybe. I know there are coyotes in LA, but they usually take their prey with them. They don't just leave a cleanly removed half of a head in a high-traffic residential neighborhood. And there were no birds or other scavengers around either. No flies. It was just left there. All day, I felt this tension in my chest, like I was waiting for something to happen. I kept checking the news, scrolling through local forums, looking for any reports. Nothing. No one mentioned anything weird. No next-door posts. No police scanner activity. Just another day in Glendale. I left work around 5:40 and got home a little after 6. The sun was already low. That strange California light, soft orange, long shadows. As I turned onto my street, my eyes automatically flicked toward the sidewalk near where I'd parked that morning. It was gone. The cat's head, or whatever it had been, was just gone. No trace. No stain on the concrete. Nothing to show it had ever been there. The sidewalk looked normal. Clean. I parked a little further up the street and walked back slowly, scanning the ground. I felt dumb, but I had to look. I half expected to see something I'd missed that morning, but there was nothing. I checked the street too. Maybe someone had kicked it into the gutter. Nothing. It had been real. I was sure of it. I remembered every detail. I hadn't imagined it. But now, standing there in the cooling air, watching the shadows stretch across the concrete, I felt something else. This weird emptiness, like the street itself had swallowed it up. That night I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sounds outside. Cars passing, a dog barking somewhere down the block, the occasional shout from someone walking past. All the normal city noises. But they didn't feel normal anymore. For days after, I kept watching that sidewalk every time I left or came home. I never saw anything else. No signs, no blood, no stains, just the same patch of cracked concrete next to the curb. People walked past it like nothing had happened. Maybe nothing had. Not to them, anyway. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. It stuck in my head. The way it looked. The way it didn't make sense. I tried to reason it out. Maybe a hawk or an owl had dropped it. Maybe it got separated during a fight with another animal. But how did it end up so clean, so intact, and so placed? Why no blood? Why no other pieces? I read up on coyotes, raccoons, even people hurting animals. I found some disturbing stuff, but nothing that quite matched what I saw. Most predators don't leave things behind like that. And if it had been a person, someone doing it on purpose, why there? Why just that one part? What kind of message was that? Eventually, I stopped checking the sidewalk. I had to. It was making me feel paranoid. But I never really forgot. Even now, months later, I still think about it sometimes. Especially in the mornings, when I walk out to my car and the light hits the sidewalk just right. I find myself glancing down, half expecting to see it again. It never came back. Nothing ever happened after that. No one else ever mentioned anything. Life just went on. But that one morning, something wasn't right. I don't know what it meant. I probably never will. All I know is I saw it. I remember it. And nothing can undo that. I was walking through the parking lot at my college on a chill, clear winter night, heading back to my dorm after a late study session at the library. The air was crisp, and every breath I took felt sharp, like tiny ice crystals had settled on my tongue and in my lungs. The sky above was dark but clear, dotted with a few stars that barely peeked through the streetlights scattered around the lot. The pavement under my feet was dry, but patches of frost clung stubbornly to the edges of the concrete islands where the trees grew. It was the kind of cold that made your cheeks sting, but not freeze, and it had a calming effect, almost like the cold was washing away the stress of the day. I had my jacket zipped up all the way, hands stuffed deep into the pockets. I liked the quiet of the campus at night. It felt peaceful, safe even. There were only a few other people around, some walking briskly toward their cars, others standing near their vehicles talking softly or scrolling on their phones. The parking lot wasn't packed, but it wasn't empty either. I could see at least 3 or 4 other groups or individuals scattered around the area, but they were distant enough to feel like they were part of the background. The streetlights cast a yellow-orange glow, making long shadows that stretched over the rows of parked cars. The metal of the vehicles gleamed faintly, reflecting the light and the dark sky above. I noticed the occasional breath of steam rising from exhaust pipes as some cars idled, waiting for their owners. It was the typical end-of-day scene on campus, normal, familiar, unthreatening. I was about halfway across the lot when it happened. Out of nowhere, there was a sudden loud shrieking sound, high-pitched and piercing, like the sound a smoke detector makes when it's low on batteries, but much louder, sharper, and almost unbearable to hear. The noise lasted for just an instant, but it was enough to make me jump violently. It was as if the sound had punched me in the chest. At the exact same moment, a bright blue flash lit up the entire parking lot. It wasn't just a simple flicker or a glow. It was a sudden, intense burst of blue light that was so bright, it seemed like an explosion of color in the dark. The light washed over everything, the cars, the pavement, the streetlights, the distant buildings. The blue was cold and electric, almost painful to look at, even though it only lasted for a fraction of a second. The force of the flash and the sound hit me like a physical blow. My body reacted instantly. I dropped to the ground, landing hard on my knees and hands, my heart pounding in shock. For a moment, my ears were ringing, and my eyes were blinking rapidly to adjust to the return of normal darkness. The whole experience was disorienting, like being caught in a small, silent explosion. I wasn't the only one who noticed. From the corners of my vision, I could see other people nearby freeze in place, their bodies tense and still. Even though they were some distance away, I knew they had heard the shriek and seen the flash too because their reactions were the same, startled, confused, wary. But they were too far ahead for me to catch up with, or to ask what had happened. They disappeared into the shadows between the cars as I gathered myself and got back to my feet. For a few seconds after, I just stood there, breathing hard, my heart still racing from the shock. I looked around carefully, trying to make sense of what I'd just experienced. There was no smoke, no smell of burning, no damage to anything nearby. The parking lot was still perfectly intact. No broken glass, no sparks, no signs of fire or anything that could have caused an explosion. The streetlights kept humming quietly above, the same as before. I scanned the lot for anything unusual, a flickering light, a strange machine, a malfunctioning car, but nothing seemed out of place. The people I'd noticed before had scattered now, walking quickly toward their cars or the dorms. The air was still cold and calm, except for the thudding in my chest. I tried to push down the adrenaline and remind myself it was probably just a weird electrical problem or a malfunction of some kind. Maybe a car alarm or a fire alarm somewhere nearby had gone off momentarily, or maybe a transformer had blown, causing the flash and the shriek. But none of the usual noises or smells followed. It was like the sound and light appeared out of thin air, startling me and then disappearing as quickly as they came. I kept walking slowly toward my dorm, eyes flicking nervously around the parking lot, but the rest of the way was quiet and uneventful. The streets were empty except for a few distant footsteps echoing across the pavement. My phone was in my pocket, and I tried to call a friend as soon as I got inside my building, just to ask if anyone else had noticed something strange, but there was no answer. Later, I checked social media and school forums for any news or posts about an incident on campus, but nothing was mentioned. Over the next few days, I asked some classmates if they had been out late that night, or if they had heard anything unusual. A few said they remembered a strange noise, but no one seemed to know exactly what it was or where it had come from. The campus security didn't mention anything either, and when I contacted the campus maintenance office, they said there had been no reported electrical issues or alarms triggered that night. I tried to convince myself it had just been some kind of freak coincidence. Maybe a bird flew too close to an electrical box, or a nearby transformer sparked and flashed for a split second. But even those explanations felt thin, because no one reported any power outages or disturbances that night, and the shriek wasn't the kind of sound electrical equipment usually makes. I kept replaying the moment over and over in my mind. How the sound was so sudden and loud it made me flinch, how the blue flash was like standing in front of a camera flash times 100, and how the ground felt like it shook beneath me. The shock wasn't just physical, it rattled me emotionally, making me question if something more serious had happened that no one was willing to talk about. In the weeks and months that followed, I found myself walking different routes back to the dorm, avoiding that parking lot altogether after dark. It wasn't because I felt afraid, not exactly, but because the memory of that shriek and flash stuck in my head like a warning. It was a reminder that sometimes things can happen without explanation, that not all events have a clear cause or a neat answer. For years have passed since that night. I still walk past that parking lot, and every so often I glance at the exact spot where it happened. The same rows of cars sit there, the streetlights casting the same yellow glow. Life at school has carried on without any other strange incidents, but I never forget that flash and that sound. They remain a mystery to me, something real but unexplainable, a sudden, sharp interruption in an otherwise ordinary night. And maybe that's the most unsettling part, not knowing what it was or why it happened, or whether it might happen again. It's like a loose thread in the fabric of my memory that I keep trying to unravel, but never can. The shriek and the blue flash don't have a story, no cause, no explanation. They were just there, blinding and deafening for a heartbeat, and then gone, leaving me alone on cold concrete, trying to make sense of something that doesn't make sense at all. That night changed something in me. It taught me that not all strange moments are part of a story you can tell. Sometimes they just happen. And sometimes the best you can do is hold on to the memory and accept that some things will remain a mystery forever. I remember the cold biting at my cheeks, the way the snow crunched under my boots as I played outside near my house that winter day. I must have been around 6 or 7 years old. The sky was a pale gray, thick with clouds, the kind that promise more snow but never quite deliver it in a heavy storm. The air was crisp and sharp, and each breath I took came out in tiny white puffs, disappearing quickly into the stillness around me. I was bundled up in my thick coat and scarf, gloves that were a little too big, and a wool hat that slipped down over my ears. I was just a kid having fun, throwing snowballs, making small piles of snow, and watching my breath hang in the cold air. That part one remember clearly, but then everything after that got strange. I have no idea how long it lasted, maybe 40 minutes, maybe an hour. Time itself feels like a black hole in my memory from that moment on. The next thing I remember, I was sitting inside my house, having a quiet talk with my mom. It was just a casual moment, nothing out of the ordinary. The warmth from the heater filled the room, and the soft hum of the house settling was all I could hear. My mom was acting like she always did, calm, gentle, the kind of presence that makes you feel safe. We didn't say anything unusual or remarkable. The clock on the wall ticked normally. The light from the window showed the snow still lying in soft mounds outside. But between that moment of playing outside and this conversation with my mom, there's a complete blackout in my mind. It's like a chunk of time has been erased. I have never told anyone about this before. Not because I was scared or anything like that, but because I never really understood it myself. It's like my brain refuses to remember that stretch of time. It's not just a fuzzy memory or a moment I forgot. It's a total absence of memory, like it never happened. At first, I thought maybe it was 2 separate days mixed up in my mind. Maybe I played outside one day, and then talked to my mom the next, and my brain got confused over time. But something about it feels real. The way I recall the moments before and after the blackout feels too detailed to be fake. It feels like it actually happened, even if I don't remember what happened in between. My mom has always been extremely cautious when it comes to my health. If I had passed out or was unwell in any serious way, she would have called an ambulance immediately. I know this because I grew up with a mom who was worried about everything. My cold, a scrape on my knee, if I stayed out a little too long. She would never have let something serious go unnoticed. So if I really had passed out or lost consciousness, someone would have been there. An ambulance, neighbors, someone. But there was nothing. No calls, no visits from anyone checking on me. That makes the blackout even more confusing. What could have happened that I don't remember, but no one else noticed? Recently, about 10 days ago, I passed out for real. It was because I hadn't been sleeping enough. University work piled up, stress was high, and I was just exhausted. I remember that feeling, the sudden blackout of my mind, the way everything went dark and silent for a moment, the confusion when I woke up not knowing where I was or how I got there. That experience helped me understand the feeling I had that day as a kid. The confusion, the loss of time, the feeling of waking up with no clue what happened just before. But the real difference is that when I passed out recently, there were people around. I wasn't alone. Someone helped me. The blackout back then was silent and invisible. I often wonder if I just slipped into a brief unconscious state, maybe a faint or a blackout caused by cold or fatigue. and then woke up inside the house without anyone noticing. Maybe I wandered inside myself and sat down, too confused to say anything. But I don't remember walking inside. I don't remember anything happening. It's like my mind simply erased the event. The house that day was quiet and warm. The windows were frosted with a thin layer of ice crystals, and the curtains were drawn halfway. I remember looking outside and seeing the snow-covered yard, the footprints I made earlier, and the bare branches of the trees shaking slightly in the winter breeze. My mom's face was calm and familiar, the way it always was when she talked to me quietly. She didn't seem worried or alarmed, just gentle. Maybe she didn't even know about the blackout. Maybe she thought I had just come inside on my own and was fine. But the missing time still haunts me. Sometimes I try to piece together what might have happened. Maybe I got too cold and fainted outside. Maybe the cold shocked my system and caused a short blackout. Maybe I wandered inside in a daze and just sat down. But none of it adds up completely. Why wouldn't my mom notice if I was out cold for that long? Why would she act so normal? Why do I have zero memory of those missing moments? I even checked with my family, casually, long after I was older, just to see if anyone had noticed something strange that day. They all said no. No one remembered anything unusual. No one heard me calling for help or saw me acting oddly. It was like the day continued normally without interruption. I'm sure this isn't a ghost story or something supernatural. It's not one of those creepy memories or weird, spooky events. It's simply something my brain can't explain, a blackout in my life with no answers. A mystery I carry quietly, a blank spot in my childhood where time just disappeared. What makes it so strange is the clarity of the moments before and after. I remember the cold snow outside, the sharp winter air, my gloves rubbing against the rough bark of a tree as I played. I remember the warmth of the house and the calmness in my mother's voice. But I can't remember walking from one place to the other. I don't remember taking off my coat or sitting down. I don't remember any sounds, smells, or movements from that time. It's like my brain hit pause and never resumed. I've thought about all sorts of explanations, medical ones, psychological ones. Maybe a small seizure I don't remember. Maybe a fainting spell. Maybe an early form of some condition that caused temporary amnesia. But there's no evidence, no scars on my memory, no warning signs, just that blank space. The thing is, the feeling of confusion I have when I think about it is eerily similar to what I felt when I passed out recently. That initial moment of waking up, trying to piece together where I was, what happened, why everything felt wrong. That disoriented state, the fogginess, the strange sensation of time lost. That's what I associate with my childhood blackout. I still carry that mystery with me. It's a quiet shadow in my past that I don't try to push away, but I also don't dwell on. It doesn't scare me, but it does make me wonder about the fragile way our memories and consciousness work. How time can slip through our minds like sand, how moments can vanish without a trace. It's strange and unsettling, but maybe it's also just part of being human. Some days are forgotten, some moments are lost, and some memories fade into black without warning or reason. And sometimes, all you can do is accept that the past holds some secrets that may never be fully explained, no matter how much you want to understand them. I was sitting in an old deer stand that someone had left up long after hunting season was over. The wood was rough and weathered, covered in patches of moss and peeling paint. The kind of stand you could tell had seen a lot of years, standing quietly in the woods, forgotten now. The late afternoon sun filtered softly through the bare branches of the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I had climbed up a little before noon, just to relax and watch the wildlife. The woods were calm, peaceful even. There was a faint rustling of leaves and the distant call of a bird. A couple of squirrels scampered from branch to branch, and somewhere not too far off, a deer moved carefully between the trees, stopping to nibble at some last bits of fallen acorns. I wasn't hunting. I didn't bring a gun or any gear. I just wanted to sit up there, away from the noise of daily life, and watch the forest. The air smelled sharp and cool, the way it does in early November. The branches were mostly bare now, the leaves all gone, but it made the shapes of the trees stand out more, their gnarled limbs reaching up to the fading sky. I had a thermos with some coffee, a small snack in my pack, and my phone, though there wasn't much signal out there. The world felt still. Hours passed, and the sun sank lower. Shadows stretched and darkened the woods. changing everything's shape until it felt like the trees themselves were closing in. The quiet got heavier. I could hear more sounds now, twigs snapping, leaves shifting under tiny feet, little eyes watching me from the underbrush. I felt the chill creep into my bones and decided it was time to get down and head home. The sky was a pale gray, almost dusk. The last light was slipping fast. The ladder to the deer stand was old, the wood creaking slightly when I tested it with my weight. I moved slowly, hands gripping the rungs, feeling the rough bark underneath my fingers. The ground below was covered in leaves, some damp and slippery. I was tired but steady. Halfway down, just about at the middle, my foot slipped on a damp rung. I tried to catch myself, but my hand hit a thick branch sticking out from the tree trunk. The edge of it caught my neck hard. Everything went black in an instant. When I woke up, the sky was dark, the sun long gone. I was still in the tree, but barely hanging on to consciousness. My neck throbbed in sharp bursts, a pounding pain that felt like it might split me open. The cold night air brushed against my skin, and I could taste the bitter sharpness of blood or sweat in my mouth. My limbs felt weak, unresponsive at first. It was a long moment before I realized something was crawling all over me. Pain exploded across my skin, small bites, burning like fire. I opened my eyes fully and looked down. A writhing mass of fire ants covered my arms, legs, and chest. They were everywhere, biting and stinging with relentless fury. The mound was right at the base of the tree, and somehow I had fallen right into it. I didn't have an allergy, so my throat didn't swell or anything like that, but the burning, the itch, and the sharp stabbing pain from hundreds of bites felt like I was on fire. The ants seemed to move fast, like they knew exactly where to bite, crawling into every nook, every fold of my clothes and skin. I tried brushing them off with shaking hands, but they kept coming, relentless. They bit harder whenever I tried to slap them away. Panic rose inside me as I realized I was trapped in the dark woods, miles from the nearest road or house. I didn't know how long I had been out cold, but the cold night was pressing down around me like a weight. Summoning every ounce of strength I had, I scrambled down the tree the rest of the way, my neck screaming with pain every time I moved. I stumbled out of the woods, swatting and shaking my clothes, but the ants were still biting. My skin felt swollen and hot under my clothes, and I could feel tiny pinpricks everywhere. I ran, or at least tried to, but my legs were weak and my breath came in sharp gasps. The dark forest around me seemed to close in tighter, shadows moving in the corners of my vision. Every step was agony, and the bites burned deeper with each second. I knew where to go. My brother's house was about a half-mile away, near the edge of the woods. I'd made it there many times before, sometimes after long walks or late-night hikes. I pushed myself harder, adrenaline taking over despite the pain. When I finally reached the chain-link fence surrounding his backyard, I could barely stand. I jumped over it, barely steady on my feet, and headed straight for the garden hose attached to the spigot on the side of the house. I turned the water on, the cold jet spraying out into the night. I began hosing myself off, water splashing everywhere, dripping from my hair and running down my neck and back. The cold water felt like a relief at first, but the ants didn't let up. I kept washing and wiping, trying to get the biting creatures off my skin and clothes. I was screaming and yelling, the pain and shock making me lose control. The burning and itching were overwhelming, making me feel like I was trapped in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. My brother heard the screaming and came outside. He didn't say anything, just helped me wash off the ants and checked my neck carefully. The pain in my neck had gotten worse, and my skin was red, swollen, and blistered from the bites. My brother grabbed some towels and we worked together, spraying and wiping until I was finally free of the ants. Over the next several hours, the pain didn't ease. Instead, it got worse. My skin was hot to the touch, and the swelling spread. I started feeling sick, nauseous and feverish, my body reacting badly to the hundreds of bites. The inflammation was so bad I couldn't sleep properly, and the dull ache in my neck made every movement agonizing. I spent the night curled up on the couch, trying to stay calm, drinking water and taking pain meds my brother got from the medicine cabinet. The redness and swelling were frightening, and I kept checking my breathing, making sure nothing was closing up. It felt like the bites were burning from the inside out, and every time I moved, the pain shot through my neck and shoulders. By morning, the swelling had started to go down a little, but I was exhausted. I still had marks and scabs from the bites all over my arms and legs. My neck hurt, stiff and sore from the impact and the ant bites. I could barely turn my head without sharp pain. The whole experience felt like a wake-up call. I had always thought the woods were safe, just a place to get away from everything. But this night reminded me how dangerous they could be if you weren't careful. Something as simple as falling asleep in the wrong spot could turn into a nightmare. I kept telling myself that I was lucky. Lucky that I wasn't allergic to the ants. Lucky that I could find my way out and get help. And lucky that my brother was close enough to help me. I've never sat in that deer stand again. I never climbed a tree alone after dark either. And I learned to watch where I sat. No matter how calm or peaceful it looks, the forest holds dangers you don't always see. Fire ants can be small, but they can hurt more than you'd imagine. The next few weeks were tough. The bites left scars, the pain lingered longer than I expected, and the memory of the fall and the ant bites haunted me. But I recovered, slowly, day by day. The woods called to me again, but I never forgot what happened. I was more careful, more aware. The forest is beautiful, yes, but it demands respect. So if you ever find yourself in the woods, don't pass out on a fire ant mound. It's not just painful, it could ruin your life for days or weeks. Stay alert, stay safe, and never underestimate the little things hiding beneath the leaves. For a whole year, I sailed with my parents from the Caribbean islands all the way to Australia. Our boat was a modest sailboat, not one of those massive yachts you see in magazines, but sturdy and well-kept. It was just the three of us for most of the journey, sometimes joined by one or two other crew members. The three of us made a small team. My dad was the captain, my mom handled navigation and supplies, and I was the deckhand and helped with watches at night. We crossed vast stretches of open ocean, miles and miles where nothing but water and sky met the horizon. The sun was our constant companion during the day, and at night, the stars lit up the sky like scattered diamonds. We visited some amazing places along the way. Small islands with white sand beaches, tropical forests that felt like stepping into another world, and bustling ports where we'd restock and meet other sailors. But there was one strange thing that happened almost every night when I was on watch. It wasn't something we could explain or even understand fully, but it was real enough to give me a chill the first few times it happened. At night, while standing alone on deck, scanning the dark water with only the moon and stars to light the way, I began to hear music. Faint at first, like a melody coming from far away, drifting through the air over the ocean. It didn't matter if the night was calm or windy, or if I was the only one awake, or if the entire crew was on deck. That music was there, soft but clear enough to recognize tunes. Sometimes it was old folk songs, sometimes classical, sometimes a tune I couldn't place but felt oddly familiar. The weirdest part was that we were usually hundreds of miles away from any land, and according to our radar and navigation software, no other ships were anywhere near us. We had modern gear, capable of tracking vessels way beyond what we could see, and the ocean was empty. The radio showed no signals, and the night sky was silent except for the sea and the wind. At first, I thought maybe it was my imagination or something wrong with my ears after long days at sea. But my parents heard it too, and a couple of the other crew members confirmed it when they took night watches. Everyone was puzzled. We never heard the music during the day, only at night, and only on certain nights. It was never loud, never close, more like a whisper floating on the breeze, a distant echo of sound coming from nowhere. Sometimes, it seemed to come closer or fade away as if drifting in the night air. Other times, it would just linger, haunting the silence, making it hard to sleep even when off watch. I tried to focus on the practical side of things. Could it be a radio signal? A distant ship playing music? But we checked everything. Our radios were tuned correctly, and the radar showed no signs of any vessel or signal nearby. The ocean was empty. The sky was clear. No islands, no other boats, no airports or fishing vessels. Nothing. One night, the music started while I was on the bow, staring out over the Black Sea. The moon was full and cast a silver glow on the waves. The sound was clear, a slow, soft melody that reminded me of a lullaby my mom used to hum when I was a kid. The wind was light, barely moving the sails, and the sea was calm. The music floated through the air, so clear it felt like someone was right there playing an old violin somewhere far away. I stood frozen for a moment, the notes wrapping around me, feeling both soothing and strange. Then I looked at the horizon, scanning for any lights or shapes, but there was nothing. No other boats. No islands. just the endless dark ocean. I moved closer to the radio, turned it on, hoping to catch a signal, but all I heard was static. I looked at the radar screen again. It was empty except for our own boat's icon. The compass spun steadily, no changes in course. I started to feel a strange mix of awe and unease. The ocean was so vast and empty, yet here was this sound, drifting to us as if the sea itself was singing. Over time, I grew used to the music. It became a part of my nights at sea. Sometimes it was comforting, a strange reminder that even in the emptiest places, something human or natural might still be present. Other times, it was eerie, like the ocean was hiding secrets we couldn't understand. We discussed it often among ourselves, trying to reason it out. My dad thought maybe it was something to do with sound waves traveling unusually far at night because of temperature or humidity changes in the air. He explained how sound can bend or carry over the water under certain conditions. My mom suggested it might be distant ships broadcasting music from hundreds of miles away, beyond our radar's range somehow. The others thought maybe it was underwater noises or animals making sounds that our brains translated into music. No one had a clear answer, but we all agreed it wasn't just our imaginations. One night during a long stretch of calm seas, I decided to try something. I took a small handheld recorder and stood on deck during my watch, keeping the device pointed toward the horizon. I wanted to capture the music, to analyze it later, or show it to others. The night was quiet, the sea glassy smooth, the sky full of stars. After about an hour, the music appeared, soft, gentle, almost like a distant guitar playing a slow melody. I held the recorder steady, focusing on the sound, trying not to lose it. When the song faded, I went below deck to listen. The recording was faint, but the melody was there. It was real. I played it back for my parents, and they listened carefully. The music didn't sound like anything from a typical radio or loudspeaker. It had a natural, organic tone, no static, no interference. Just pure, clear notes drifting in the background. We kept the recording, hoping to analyze it when we reached Australia. After months at sea, finally arriving in Australia, we handed the recording to a sound expert on the mainland. He studied it carefully, running it through filters and comparing it with known sounds of marine life, ships, radios, and other sources. The conclusion surprised us all. The music wasn't music at all, at least not in the way we thought. It was a natural acoustic phenomenon caused by the interaction of the ocean, the air, and the equipment on our boat. At night, under certain atmospheric conditions, the ocean surface can produce sounds from the movement of water, wind, and marine life. These sounds can overlap and combine in ways that resemble human-made music. Waves hitting the hull, the creaking of the rigging, the subtle noises of sea creatures can blend into melodies that our brains interpret as music. The expert explained that this kind of music is rare and only occurs in specific weather, temperature, and humidity conditions. Our boat's materials and shape likely amplified and mixed these natural sounds, turning them into something almost musical. So the mystery was solved, not a ghost ship or distant radio, but the ocean itself playing its own song. Even though it wasn't from a person or a distant boat, the music had made our journey more memorable. It reminded us that the sea is full of surprises and beauty, even in its silence. That the ocean, vast and empty, can still speak in its own way. I never forgot those nights on watch, the quiet music floating over the waves, a reminder that sometimes the world is stranger and more wonderful than we expect, even when we think we understand it all. Around 15 years ago, I was 16 and just starting to enjoy the feeling of being trusted enough to stay home alone. My parents had started letting me watch the house if they went out for the night, and this was one of those times. It was summer, the air was thick and warm, the kind of heat that clings to your skin even after the sun's been down for hours. The bugs were usually noisy that time of year, crickets, cicadas, frogs, the works, but that night, I remember it being especially quiet. That sticks in my mind, but maybe that was just part of how the night unfolded. My sister was 13 at the time. She had a friend over for a sleepover, some girl from school she'd been close with that year. They were into all kinds of girly stuff I didn't care much about, friendship bracelets, secret journals, decorating their nails. They giggled a lot, always whispering in corners and bursting out laughing about nothing. The kind of behavior that drove me nuts back then. But that night, they had a plan they'd been excited about all week. They wanted to sleep in the playhouse my dad had built out back when we were younger. The playhouse was no little plastic toy. My dad had put serious effort into it. He built it a few years earlier when my sister was still little enough to play pretend with dolls and plastic tea sets. It was maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, with windows and a little porch. It even had insulation and an electric hookup. He'd made it look like a tiny version of our real house. It sat about 100 yards from the main house, right near the back edge of the property line, which was surrounded by thick trees. The backyard sloped down a bit toward the woods, so the playhouse sat low, almost in a hollow. During the day, it was sunny and bright, but at night it got pitch black out there. No street lights, no lights from neighbors, just open dark and trees. There was no moon that night. I remember that clearly. It was a new moon, so the sky was just this wide, blank darkness with a few scattered stars. The walk to the playhouse felt longer than usual without any light, just a narrow dirt path leading down to it. I hadn't thought much about that at the time. I was more focused on what I had planned. My sister and her friend had taken some pillows, blankets, and snacks down there around sunset. They brought a deck of cards and some books, maybe a CD player. I don't remember exactly what all they had, but they made it cozy. I stayed inside the main house. I had the place to myself and planned to spend the night doing what most teenage boys do when left alone, snacking, watching whatever late-night crap was on TV, maybe playing some video games. It wasn't until about 9:30 or so that the girls came back up to the house. I was in the living room, lights low, flipping through channels when I heard them come through the back door. They looked spooked, but they tried to act casual. My sister said the lights were acting weird out in the playhouse, flickering off and on randomly. She thought maybe the power cord was loose, or maybe the storm from a few nights ago had messed something up. I shrugged, acted like it wasn't a big deal, and gave them a couple of flashlights we kept in the hall closet. I didn't bother checking if the batteries were fresh. They left again, walking back down the path into the dark. I watched them through the back window for a moment. Their flashlights were tiny cones of light bobbing in the dark, swallowed up almost immediately. Then I went into the garage. You see, this wasn't random. I'd been planning something. I don't even remember what gave me the idea in the first place. But the moment my sister told me they were going to camp out in the playhouse, a little spark lit up in my brain. I just recently figured out which switch in the circuit breaker controlled the power to the playhouse. I had tested it once when I was bored, flipping the switch and watching the lights blink off from the back porch. The whole thing gave me this perfect opportunity to mess with them. I was still that age where pranks were the highest form of entertainment. So I grabbed my super soaker, one of those big, pressurized water guns with the backpack reservoir. I'd filled it with ice water and let it sit in the fridge for hours earlier that day. I had a hoodie and dark jeans, and I pulled on an old ski mask, just in case they got close enough to see me. I wanted the whole thing to be creepy, not dangerous, just enough to freak them out and get a good laugh. After they'd been back down there for about 20 minutes, I slipped outside and walked around the side of the house to the breaker panel. It was mounted on the back wall, just out of sight from the kitchen windows. I flipped the breaker for the playhouse off, waited a few seconds, then flipped it back on. I did that 2 or 3 times. Not fast, but just enough to make it seem random. On, off, wait, on, wait, off again. I stood there for a moment, listening. The night air was dead still, the only sound the slight buzz of insects near the porch light. I couldn't hear anything from the playhouse at that distance, but I could imagine them sitting in there, flashlights out, trying to act brave, probably whispering to each other, getting nervous. I waited another 5 minutes and turned the power off completely. Then I made my way slowly across the yard. I took the long way around, keeping low, moving near the tree line to stay in the shadows. I had done this kind of thing before, sneaking around in the dark, pretending to be some kind of night commando. My eyes adjusted quickly. The ground was soft and slightly damp. There had been a light rain earlier that day, just enough to make the grass wet and muddy in spots. When I reached the edge of the clearing where the playhouse stood, I could see the faint shape of it against the darker trees. No lights, no flashlights either. They must have gone dead. The air was oddly silent. No tree frogs, no traffic from the road a few miles off. It was like the whole area had pressed pause. I crouched behind the lawn furniture we kept out there, a couple of plastic Adirondack chairs and a small table, and waited. Then, slowly and deliberately, I tipped one of the chairs over. It made a heavy scraping noise as it fell onto the wooden porch. That was when I heard the scrambling inside. I could picture it perfectly. My sister clutching her friend's arm, both of them frozen for a second, hearts racing. Then, panic. The playhouse door flew open with a loud creak. I could barely make out their shapes in the dark. 2 quick flashes of pale movement as they bolted out into the yard. I waited just until they got a few feet away. Then I let out the loudest, most twisted sound I could manage. Something between a scream and a howl, sharp and high-pitched. I blasted the super soaker in their direction, the cold water hissing through the air and splattering them as they ran. They shrieked and kept running, soaked and terrified, not even looking back. I chased them partway, not close enough to catch up, just enough to keep the pressure on. When they hit the back porch, they were yelling and fumbling with the door. I dropped low in the grass and stayed still, watching as they slammed the door behind them. The lights flicked on inside one by one. Then I saw them moving fast, going room to room, locking doors, checking windows. I could even see the glow of their phones as they ran around. It was beautiful. Perfect. The best prank I'd ever pulled. I lay there for a while in the wet grass, trying to keep from laughing too loud. My stomach hurt from holding it in. The cold water from the super soaker had soaked into my shirt, but I didn't care. I was too happy. Every detail had worked. The power trick, the timing, the ice water. I'd pulled off something unforgettable. Eventually, after maybe 20 minutes, I figured it was time to go back in. I slipped around the side of the house, took off the ski mask, stashed the water gun in the garage, and came through the front door as quietly as I could. I was soaked, muddy, and grinning like an idiot. But as soon as I stepped inside, I could tell the tone had changed. My sister wasn't laughing. Neither was her friend. They were still freaked out, sitting in the living room with every light in the house on. Their eyes were wide, and they jumped when they saw me come in. My sister's face went red. She knew. She jumped up and started yelling, but I couldn't stop laughing long enough to answer her. I went to the bathroom, washed my hands and face, then went to my room and collapsed on the bed, still giggling. When our parents came home the next morning, she tried to sell me out right away. She told the whole story while I was still half asleep. I figured I'd get grounded for sure, but my dad just burst out laughing. Mom tried to act mad, but even she had to admit it was pretty clever. They told me not to pull something like that again, but I didn't get in trouble. Looking back on it now, it was probably a bit too much. I'm not proud of scaring them that badly. They didn't sleep the rest of the night and kept every light in the house on until morning. My sister didn't talk to me for 2 days. Her friend never came over again. But even now, all these years later, we still talk about that night sometimes. My sister still gets mad when we bring it up, but I can see the smile twitching at the corners of her mouth. She knows it was good. She just doesn't want to admit it. And to be honest, that prank ended up being one of those stories that sticks around, a kind of strange little legend in our family. No ghosts, no monsters, just one idiot teenage brother with too much time and a cold bucket of water. A couple of months back, maybe early fall, my buddy had just picked up this old '86 Toyota Tercel 4WD, and he was pumped about it. The thing was a total beater, faded silver, a cracked windshield, and the passenger door only opened from the inside. But it had that boxy charm and a real second wind kind of personality. He called me up one evening, excited, saying he wanted to take it out rallying on the logging roads up in the hills. I was down right away. It was late afternoon when I threw a change of clothes and some snacks into a bag, grabbed my keys, and took off in my Subaru Impreza. The drive out took about 45 minutes, mostly winding through old roads that seemed to twist and shrink the deeper you got into the woods. There's this whole network of logging roads out past the town, near the Cascades, mostly unmarked and barely maintained. The kind of places where cell service drops out, and if you hit something or broke down, you'd be on your own. By the time I got up there, the sun had dipped behind the trees, and twilight was turning everything gray. My buddy was already there, sitting on the hood of his Tercel with a Mountain Dew in hand. We dapped up and talked a little about the car. He just swapped the tires with something a little chunkier, probably from Craigslist, and then I told him I'd park my car off the main trail. I didn't want anyone driving past and seeing it. I found this narrow spur trail that climbed up a bit to the right and decided to back the Impreza in just far enough that it would be hidden from the main road. The trail was rough, overgrown, and it curved uphill steeply, but I managed to tuck the car in behind a clump of brush and kill the lights. I grabbed my bag and hiked back down to where he was waiting, already revving the little tercel like he was in a rally race. I tossed the bag in the back, climbed into the passenger seat, and off we went. At first, it was exactly what you'd expect. Bumpy, rocky logging roads, the occasional pothole big enough to swallow a tire, and branches scraping along the sides of the car. He had some old rock music playing on low volume, and the two of us were just laughing every time the suspension bottomed out, or the tercel actually made it up a particularly rough incline. It was the kind of aimless freedom you only get in your 20s. No plan, no destination, just seeing how far we could push the little car and where we could end up. We followed the main route for a while, maybe 20 or 30 minutes, getting deeper into the backwoods. We passed old clear cuts, stacks of rusted logs, and heavy equipment left to rot like bones in the brush. The forest was dense and quiet. Even with the engine running, it felt like we were in some kind of dead zone, like the sound just got eaten by the trees. Every now and then, a rabbit or something would dart across the road, but otherwise, it felt weirdly still out there. Eventually, we saw a side trail we hadn't noticed before. It wasn't on any of the maps either of us had pulled up earlier, but that didn't mean much. Half the stuff out here wasn't listed anywhere official. What caught our eye was the gate. It was one of those thick steel ones you usually see bolted across logging roads, painted forest green with reflective tape across the middle. Except this one was hanging open, and the lock was just dangling from the latch, snapped clean. It didn't look fresh, but it wasn't rusted through either. It was just broken. Something about it was off, like it wasn't meant to be open, but someone had wanted in bad enough to force it. We sat there for a second in the car, engine idling, just staring at it. I don't remember either of us saying anything. It was one of those moments where the curiosity just overpowers everything else. So he eased the tercel forward, the front tires bumping gently over the edge of the gravel and onto the narrower trail beyond the gate. The trail was rougher and narrower than the others we'd been on. The branches were thicker overhead, forming a kind of tunnel. It hadn't been maintained in a long time. Ferns and saplings were starting to grow up from the middle of the track. In places, it was obvious no one had driven up it in months, maybe years. We kept going anyway. At first, it was just more woods. Fir trees crowding close, thick underbrush on both sides, and the occasional flash of an owl's eyes in the headlights. But the further we got, the more wrong it started to feel. There wasn't any one thing I could point at. It wasn't the trees or the shape of the road or anything visual. It was something you felt in your gut, like we'd pushed too far into a place that wasn't meant for us. A place that had been closed for a reason. We had gone maybe 2 or 3 miles up that trail. The tercel was still grinding forward, slower now, the tires crunching over broken rock and old pine cones, when I realized I was gripping the seat with both hands and sitting stiff as a board. My buddy must have felt it too because he glanced over at me, and we just looked at each other. We didn't say a word. We didn't have to. It hit us at the same exact moment. It felt like we were being watched. Not like how you feel when you're camping and think maybe a raccoon is creeping around your tent. No, this was different. It felt like something was waiting, something patient, something just beyond the edge of the headlights, watching and deciding. I could feel my skin crawling. Every instinct in my body was screaming to get out. Now, just go. And I could see my buddy felt the same. He didn't say anything. He just slammed it into reverse, and we started backing down that trail fast. The trees closed in tighter. The headlights swung wildly as he jerked the wheel to keep us centered on the path. The brush scraped and clawed at the sides of the car, branches slapping the windshield hard enough to sound like knocks. There was no place to turn around. The trail was barely wide enough to fit one car, and the ground dropped off sharply on one side. We had no choice but to back down the same way we came. And the whole time, that feeling never let up. It only got worse. I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder, straining to see through the darkness behind us, convinced I'd catch a glimpse of something stepping into the trail. At one point, the rear tires slid slightly, and we almost went off the edge. The drop wasn't huge, maybe 6 or 7 feet, but we would have been stuck for sure. He corrected just in time, swore under his breath, and kept going. The tercel's engine was whining, the gears grinding slightly from the strain of going in reverse over terrain like that. I remember every bump, every crunch of the tires, every low-hanging branch that screeched across the roof like nails on a chalkboard. But mostly I remember the silence, that oppressive, unnatural silence. No wind, no animals, not even the usual creak of trees settling. Just the sound of our breathing and the engine, and the feeling that we had crossed a line. It felt like forever before we made it back to the gate. The second we cleared it, my buddy slammed it into first and floored it. We didn't stop until we were back at the main road, tires kicking up dust and gravel, both of us staring dead ahead like if we looked back, we'd see something following us. We didn't talk about it. Not then. Not later. Not even when we got back to where I'd parked my Impreza. We just sat there in the car for a minute, letting the engine idle and our breathing slow down. I climbed out, grabbed my bag, and walked back up the little hill to my car. Everything looked untouched, but it still felt wrong, like we'd brought something back with us. I got in and started the engine. It felt too loud. The headlights swept over the woods as I turned the car around, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was just barely out of sight, just far enough into the trees that the light didn't reach. I drove home without the radio on. The whole way back, I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see something in the back seat or on the road behind me. But there was nothing, just that gnawing feeling, like a weight in my chest that didn't go away for days. Since then, my buddy and I still hang out. We still carpool to work, but we've never brought that night up. It's just something we left out there, buried under those trees. Whatever it was, we felt it. We both did, and we both knew enough not to go looking for it again. I haven't been back to that part of the logging road system since. I don't even like driving near it. I still think about it sometimes. What would have happened if we'd ignored that feeling? If we'd gone further up the trail looking for a place to turn around? If we hadn't felt it at all? Maybe it was just instinct. Some part of our brains catching something we couldn't see. Maybe it was nothing. But I've been in sketchy places before. I've had close calls, mechanical failures, wild animals, bad weather. None of them felt like that. Whatever was up that trail, we weren't supposed to be there. And we got lucky that we left when we did. That night still sticks with me in a way few things do. It wasn't about ghosts or monsters, at least not the kind you find in stories. It was something else, something about being out in the middle of nowhere, where the silence itself feels heavy, and the kind of fear that sneaks and isn't from what you see, but what you don't. We decided to check out this old road that had a reputation. My cousins, some of their friends, and I were all there. It was a group of maybe 10 or 12 of us, all teenagers or just barely out of it, full of that restless energy that pushes you toward dumb ideas. We heard the stories, devil worshippers supposedly using that road for rituals, the mafia tossing bodies into the woods nearby, people disappearing. It sounded like the kind of place where something bad had definitely happened, but no one talked about it openly. Just those rumors, whispered when the adults thought we weren't listening. The old road ran close to the newer highway. The old one was narrow and cracked, with weeds growing through the asphalt and trees hanging low over the edges. We parked near where the old road met the new one and started walking down it. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and something faintly like smoke, even though there were no fires nearby. The sun had set hours ago, but the sky wasn't completely dark. There was still a dull glow on the horizon from the city miles away. Not close enough to see lights clearly, but close enough that you knew civilization was far off. We walked for a while, stepping carefully over broken glass and twisted bits of metal that someone must have left behind years ago. The oldest cousins, the ones who liked telling the creepy stories, kept looking back, half hoping someone was following us. The youngest ones, maybe 12 or 13, were quieter now. They held on to each other, glancing nervously into the shadows, and that made the whole group slow down. Eventually, it was clear the younger kids were too scared to keep going. That's when we decided to turn back. We headed back toward the new road, planning to cross it and check out the other side. The new road was straight and wide, perfectly lit by tall streetlights that cast long, thin pools of light onto the pavement. Compared to the old road, it felt safe, almost boring. We figured we'd walk down that road until we hit the dead end, then turn back and call it a night. The dead end was at the far side of the road, a small clearing surrounded by thick woods. The road curved in a perfect circle there, like it was made for turning cars around, but no one lived nearby. It was quiet except for the sound of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. We could see the tops of the trees blending into the dark sky, and the glow from the city felt even more distant. That's when we saw the car. It was an old, rusted sedan sitting in the middle of the circle. What made it weird was that the car was raised up on cinder blocks, like someone had taken the wheels off. The paint was chipped, and the windows were dirty and cracked. At first, it just looked abandoned, like it had been left there and forgotten. But then, the headlights from our group's car swept across it as we pulled the flashlight beams around to get a better look. And I saw them. 2 people were sitting behind the car. Not standing, not moving, just sitting. They were hunched over, backs against the trunk, facing away from us, but still close enough to be clear shapes in the dim light. At first, I thought maybe they were mannequins or some kind of prank, but there was nothing fake about them. The way they sat was too natural, too still, like they were waiting for something or someone. My cousin's friend was the only one who saw them too. I noticed her gaze fixated there, her face pale, eyes wide. The rest of us didn't see them, maybe because we weren't looking hard enough, or maybe because they only appeared to some of us. I don't know. The thing is, the road was miles from anywhere, miles from the city, from houses, from any sign of life except us. And still, there they were, 2 people sitting silently in the dark. We didn't say anything. No one wanted to. The air between us got heavy, like the whole world had suddenly gotten colder. It wasn't the kind of fear you get from a sudden noise or a shadow moving. It was the feeling that something was very wrong, that those 2 people shouldn't be there, and that we weren't supposed to see them. We slowly backed away, keeping our eyes on the car. The 2 figures didn't move. They didn't even shift. Just sat there, silent and still. As we turned and hurried back down the road, the night seemed to close in tighter. The silence wasn't just quiet anymore. It was watching us, waiting. We kept our heads low and our voices down, all feeling the same chill that settled deep into your skin when you know something about that place is dangerous, but you don't know exactly what. By the time we reached the car, the headlights had gone off the old sedan. We all piled in quickly, locking the doors, not looking back. The drive away felt slow, every shadow on the side of the road stretching out like fingers reaching for us. We didn't speak much. The stories about devil worshippers and the mafia suddenly felt real in a way they hadn't before. It was like that night, those 2 people, they were a part of that hidden darkness that no one wanted to talk about. I never found out who those 2 were, or why they were out there in the middle of nowhere, sitting behind a rusted car on cinder blocks at the dead end of an old road. But every time I drive past that place now, I remember the way their shapes didn't belong, and how the silence felt like it was waiting for something to happen. Something we never saw, but somehow we were part of it. And that's what scares me most. Not the ghosts, not the stories, but the fact that there are things out there in the dark, real things, that you don't want to meet. Things people don't talk about. Things that sit and wait. The night was heavy, thick with silence except for the soft crunch of gravel under our boots. Me and my friends had been planning this for weeks, an urban exploration of an abandoned doll shop on the edge of town. The kind of place that had been left untouched for so long the air itself felt stale, like a coffin sealed tight. We'd heard stories about it, some just rumors, others more grounded in reality, but nothing ever confirmed. We were curious, and like usual, we preferred to do these explorations after dark. Less chance of running into anyone, and the atmosphere just felt more intense, more real. The shop itself was an old house converted into a small store, with a garage attached on one side. From what we could tell, the building was from the 1940s or earlier. The faded paint peeled off the wooden siding in flakes, windows coated in grime, and the greenhouse attached to one side was mostly glass, but fogged over and cracked in places. The place gave off this eerie vibe even from a distance, like something was frozen in time inside it. We'd been scouting this place for a while, mostly during the day when we could get a clear look without raising suspicion. We noticed 2 ways in at the front. One was a traditional front door that seemed to lead directly into the old house, and the other was through the greenhouse, a sort of glass corridor with another door that led inside. The greenhouse was strange. Wild plants had overrun it, twisting around the metal frames and broken glass. Our friends had tested the front door a few days ago and found it locked tight. That was no surprise. Old places like these usually locked up tight to keep out vandals or thieves. But the sliding glass door of the greenhouse was slightly open. We figured it might be our best bet for getting inside without too much trouble. As we got closer, the streetlights barely lit the cracked sidewalks, casting long, jittery shadows. The air was damp, the smell of wet earth mixing with the faint but unmistakable scent of decay. I felt a chill crawl down my spine, but I kept it to myself. We all did. There's always a moment like that before stepping into somewhere abandoned, part excitement, part fear. I crouched down near the greenhouse door and gently pushed it. It moved quietly on its track, the glass door sliding open with a faint creak. The air inside was stale but still, like it had been locked away for decades. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness and fell on the dusty floor covered with broken pots and dead leaves. The air smelled faintly of rot and old wood. The greenhouse door that led into the house was also open, which was odd. Why would someone leave these doors open if the place was locked up? I glanced at my friends. We all shared the same thought, but said nothing. We had a rule: always close doors behind us to avoid drawing attention or making it obvious someone had been inside. So, as silently as possible, we slipped through the greenhouse into the house. Inside, the air was thick with dust. Every surface was covered in a layer of grime, so thick it almost looked like a fine layer of frost. The wooden floorboards creaked under our feet, and the walls were lined with shelves, many of which held old, broken dolls. Some were missing limbs, others had cracked porcelain faces, their glass eyes staring blankly ahead. Boxes were piled haphazardly, their labels faded or missing. It was a chaotic jumble of abandoned junk and forgotten memories. We flicked the light switches on the walls, hoping the power might still be on, but there was nothing. No hum, no flicker, just dead silence. The city had long since cut the electricity, probably because no one had lived here or used the shop in years. We knew better than to bring big lights or noisy equipment. It was all about feeling the place in its natural state. Our watches showed that only a few minutes had passed since we entered, and we were careful to keep track. 10 minutes was our strict limit in any place like this, a rule made to avoid trouble with the police or security patrols. We moved carefully but quickly through the main room, eyes scanning everything. The house had an odd layout. You could tell it had started as a regular home, but was converted into a shop with minimal changes. There was a small counter near what must have been the cash register, with a dusty ledger book half buried under old receipts and scraps of paper. The walls were decorated with faded posters advertising doll brands from decades ago. I ran my fingers lightly over the shelves. The dolls varied from tiny baby figurines to full-sized porcelain dolls dressed in old-fashioned clothes. Some of them looked like they had been handmade, the stitches on their clothes uneven and crude. The eerie thing was how intact many of them were, despite the years. It felt like the shop had just been frozen in time, as if the owner had stepped out and never came back. As we started moving back toward the greenhouse door, my flashlight caught a shape near the doorway. At first, I thought it was just some old debris or maybe a stack of boxes, but as I got closer, I realized it was something else. A perfectly groomed white cat was sitting there, staring at us with those sharp yellow eyes. It was still, poised on a small wooden stool that looked out of place in this mess. The cat had no collar, no sign it belonged to anyone, and certainly no sign that it had been living here all this time. We all froze. No one had mentioned the cat when we came in. We were sure the doors were closed tight when we arrived, and there was no way it could have snuck in unnoticed. That meant it either appeared out of nowhere or had been watching us from the shadows the entire time. It didn't blink or move an inch, just sat there, staring. Passing by it felt impossible. The cat was right in the way of the only exit. My heart pounded a little faster. I kept my flashlight steady and slowly stepped around it, careful not to make sudden movements. The others followed suit, eyes glued to the cat. As we passed, it didn't even flinch. No twitch of the tail, no shift in position. Just that cold, unreadable stare. For a moment, I had the uneasy feeling that it wasn't just a cat, that maybe it was something else watching us, something waiting. But it was just a cat, a real animal, sitting in a place where nothing alive should be. We moved out into the greenhouse and closed the sliding door behind us, careful not to slam it. The cold night air hit us, a relief after the musty heaviness inside. We didn't say much as we walked back toward the street, each lost in our own thoughts. None of us wanted to go back to that place. The doll shop wasn't just abandoned. It felt watched, and the cat's presence was the most unsettling part. It was like a silent guardian or a trap waiting for the next curious soul. We never returned. The doll shop stayed there, forgotten by time, holding on to its secrets and its strange white cat. And sometimes, when I'm walking by that way at night, I swear I can see those yellow eyes watching from the window, waiting for someone to come back. I grew up in a very rural area, miles away from the nearest town, surrounded by endless stretches of forest and old fields that no one really farmed anymore. Back then, it felt like the kind of place where time slowed down or even stopped altogether. My brothers and I spent countless afternoons wandering through those woods, climbing over fallen trees, crossing shallow creeks, and exploring places that looked untouched by people for decades. We didn't have much to do for fun, and the woods were our playground, our adventure zone, our escape. One of the more memorable things we came across during those explorations was the skeleton of a dog, nestled deep in a thick patch of pine trees. It was mostly intact, just bones now, bleached white by sun and rain, tangled in dead branches and pine needles. It was a little unsettling, but not entirely unexpected. I remember how back then, some people in the area would shoot their old or sick dogs and just leave them in the woods. It was a harsh kind of practicality that didn't bother most folks too much. We found that skeleton maybe 10 years before the time I'm telling you about now, and while it was sad, it felt like part of the natural cycle in those wild places. But what really stuck with me, and what I remember clearly to this day, was the old hobo camp I found one late summer afternoon in the early 90s. It was nothing I would have guessed was there if I hadn't been poking around carefully, trying to find anything unusual in the thick undergrowth. I was wandering through a dense part of the forest I hadn't been to before, down a slope covered in pine needles and broken branches, where the trees stood so close together that barely any sunlight could reach the ground. The smell of damp earth and decaying leaves hung heavy in the air, and the only sound was the quiet rustle of wind through the needles. As I pushed aside a thick curtain of low-hanging pine boughs, I stumbled upon something strange. There, partly hidden beneath a pile of dead leaves, was the edge of a piece of burlap. At first, I thought it was just trash, old fabric torn and weathered. But as I brushed away more leaves and small twigs, more of it appeared. Scraps of burlap and rough tarp, faded and threadbare. It was clear someone had been using these to build a shelter or cover of some kind. The fabric was brittle and stained with dirt and age, but it wasn't just random rubbish tossed there. It was arranged, deliberately placed. Curious, I crouched down and started to clear the area around it more carefully. That's when I noticed the scattered remnants. Open cans with rusted edges, a few empty beer bottles with faded labels, and oddly, a pair of old, moldering dress shoes set neatly side by side, as if whoever had been there had just stepped out of them and left them behind. The shoes were cracked and softened from age and wetness, the leather peeling and the soles coming apart, but they looked sturdy, well-made, the kind of shoes someone might wear when trying to look decent. There was also a flashlight, heavily rusted but still recognizable, lying near the shoes. It was an old model, the kind you'd see in the 1950s or maybe early 60s, with a thick metal body and a glass lens that was now shattered. That detail stuck with me because it helped me guess the age of the camp. The bottles and cans too, the labels and designs were from decades ago. This wasn't just some recent squatter or hiker's mess. This was old, really old. I was hooked. I had always been interested in history and archaeology. Maybe it was the quiet kid in me, fascinated by stories and things left behind. To find a piece of the past like this, right here in the woods, felt like discovering a secret. The camp was small and hidden under a cluster of young pines and firs. It looked like it had been lived in for several days, maybe even longer. The tarp and burlap pieces were arranged in a crude shelter shape, enough to block the wind and rain. There were small flattened spots in the dirt where someone must have lain down or sat. The cans and bottles were mostly near that spot, along with some rusted tin food containers. I found a dented metal cup as well, and some scraps of cloth that might have been part of clothing or bedding. What chilled me more than anything was the loneliness that seemed to hang over the place, like the silence after a crowd has left. It wasn't just abandoned. It felt like someone had vanished and left this little world behind without a trace. The shoes, placed carefully together, felt like a quiet goodbye or maybe a sudden departure. Whoever had been there didn't just drop everything and run in panic. They left something personal behind, something intimate. I couldn't help but wonder, who was this person? Why had they chosen this spot, hidden deep in the woods, to live for a while? What had happened to them after they left? And most of all, why had they left their shoes? I imagined someone, maybe a man or a woman, drifting from town to town, traveling the country on foot or by hopping freight trains. A drifter from a time when the roads were less traveled, when the world still felt wild and open. Maybe they'd come through the area looking for work, or just to escape something back home. Maybe they had a family somewhere, or maybe they were alone. I pictured them making this camp after days or weeks of wandering, trying to stay out of sight, finding shelter and food wherever they could. And then one day, for reasons I could only guess at, they packed up whatever they had left and disappeared into the forest again, leaving behind only the faintest trace of their passing. The shoes, set side by side, looked like they were waiting for someone to come back for them, a return that never happened. I spent a long time at that spot, sitting on a fallen log nearby, staring at the camp and the scattered pieces of a life once lived. There was something deeply sad about it, but also strangely peaceful. It was a reminder of the kind of loneliness and uncertainty some people carry with them, the kind of hard, quiet existence hidden just out of sight. Over the years, I visited the site a few more times, but the forest slowly reclaimed it. Leaves and needles piled up again, the tarp and burlap rotted away completely, and the cans and bottles sank deeper into the dirt. The shoes disintegrated until nothing recognizable remained. I never saw another camp like that, and I never found out who had stayed there. Sometimes, when I think about that place, I feel a kind of respect for whoever it was, someone who lived on the edge of the world, if only for a little while. It's a part of history nobody writes about, a quiet story in the shadows of the forest. And though it was a little creepy to find something so old and forgotten, it was real, raw, and haunting in a way that no ghost or fairy tale ever could be. The real fear came from knowing how tough life could be for people like that, struggling in silence, fading away without a trace. That old camp stayed with me long after the forest swallowed it whole, a silent reminder of the invisible lives that brush past us every day. I remember that night clearly, even though it was years ago now, and everything felt a little hazy from the drinks we'd all had. We were camping on a mountain in Vermont, somewhere near an old fire tower and a weather-beaten cabin that looked like it had been abandoned for decades. It was one of those spots that didn't feel quite alive, but not exactly dead either, just still and a little quiet in the way that made you notice every little sound. We'd all spent the day hiking up trails that twisted and turned through thick forests, patches of birch and maple and moss-covered rocks. The kind of woods that smell sharp and fresh, with a faint scent of pine needles and damp earth. The air was cool but not cold, and as the sun slipped down behind the distant hills, the sky turned a deep blue that slowly bled into black. By the time we reached the campsite, we were tired and a little buzzed from the beers we'd cracked open while setting up the tents. The fire tower was just a few hundred feet away from where we pitched our tents, its rusty metal frame towering into the sky like a forgotten sentinel. The cabin was a small, rickety thing, its windows boarded up and the door hanging loose on its hinges. We joked about it being haunted, but mostly because we were trying to scare each other in the dark. I don't remember much of the night before the moment that stuck with me. We sat around the fire, sharing stories, laughing loud enough to echo off the trees, until our voices grew quieter and our eyes heavier. I remember the feeling of sitting there, feeling the warmth from the flames on my face, the crackle and pop of the burning wood, and the smell of smoke mixing with the cool mountain air. It was peaceful, but I guess that's what made what happened next so unsettling. It was nearly 3 a.m. when I woke up, and for some reason, I couldn't get comfortable. My body was sore from the hike, and my head throbbed slightly from the alcohol. Everyone else was passed out, their breathing slow and steady in the dim light from the fading fire embers. The tents were quiet, the usual rustling of sleeping bags and shifting bodies replaced by stillness. But I was wide awake, eyes staring up at the inside of my tent, catching the faint shimmer of the moonlight filtering through the thin fabric. That's when I heard it. At first, it was just a faint murmur, barely audible above the sounds of the night, the occasional rustle of leaves, the soft whistle of the wind threading through the branches. But there was something else, something that didn't belong, voices. Low and distant, carrying across the trees from somewhere farther up the trail. I sat up slowly, heart picking up its pace. I strained to listen, trying to make out what they were saying, but it was impossible. The voices were muffled, like they were wrapped in a thick blanket of dark woods. At the same time, my stomach twisted into knots. It was the kind of sound that made your skin crawl, unfamiliar, unexpected, and oddly human. For a few moments, I debated staying inside, convincing myself it was just my imagination. Maybe other hikers had come up the mountain, or campers from another site nearby. But a strange part of me was curious. The mix of fear and curiosity made my hands tremble as I unzipped the tent flap and crawled out into the cold night air. Outside, the world was quiet except for the faint voices, now clearer but still distant, carried by the wind that rustled the branches above. The ground was uneven, covered in pine needles and small stones, and my bare feet made almost no sound as I moved down the small slope away from the campsite. I was careful to stay in the shadows, moving slowly, the cold air biting at my skin through my thin shirt. The trail that led up the mountain was narrow and winding, flanked by tall, dark trees that stood like silent guards. Their branches creaked and groaned in the wind, and every now and then, a twig snapped somewhere off the path, making me jump. I called out once in a half-shout, "Hello," hoping to break the tension, to see if anyone would answer. Then something changed. The voices stopped immediately, as if someone had hit a mute button on the night itself. The forest seemed to hold its breath. The rustling leaves stopped. The wind dropped to nothing. Even the crickets and frogs, the usual chorus of the night, fell silent. The sudden stillness was so complete it was deafening. I froze, heart hammering in my chest, every nerve on edge. The silence stretched out, thick and heavy, pressing down on me from every direction. It felt like the whole mountain was watching, waiting. I couldn't see anything past the dim outlines of the trees, but I had the terrible feeling I was not alone. Not just physically, but something deeper, like the whole place was aware of me being there, exposed in the darkness. My breath came out in sharp puffs, visible in the cool air, and I realized I had to move. Slowly, carefully, I turned around and started heading back toward the campsite. My footsteps seemed unnaturally loud as they crushed through the needles and dry leaves. I told myself not to run, not to panic, but every instinct screamed to get back to the safety of the tents, to the warmth of the dying fire and the familiar faces of my friends. The trail back felt longer than it should have. The trees leaned in closer, their shadows twisting and stretching with every flicker of moonlight. I stumbled once, catching myself against a tree trunk, and my heart jumped. Every sound, an owl hoot, a branch snapping, the distant call of a coyote, made me flinch. But the voices didn't come back. That silence remained, thick and suffocating. By the time I reached the campsite, I was sweating despite the cold. I slid back into my tent without a sound, zipped it up, and lay down, my body trembling. My friends were still asleep, completely unaware of the tension that had gripped me just minutes before. I stared at the tent ceiling, wide awake, listening to the sounds that had returned. The soft breathing of my friends, the faint crackle of the dying fire, the normal night noises that now seemed almost comforting after what I had just experienced. I didn't say a word about it the next day. We packed up and left the mountain, the morning sun bright and warm, chasing away the chill of the night. But that moment, the sudden silence, the voices that vanished when I called out, and the overwhelming feeling of being watched, stayed with me. Even now, I can't explain what those voices were, or why everything stopped when I spoke. Maybe it was some group of people hiking late, or a prank gone wrong. Maybe it was animals making sounds that my drunken mind twisted into voices. But whatever it was, I know it was real. That night taught me that sometimes the scariest things aren't monsters or ghosts. They're the unknown sounds and silences of the wild, and the way the mind races when you're alone and vulnerable in the dark. We had been sitting outside my neighbor's house for a while, just talking and hanging out. It was well past midnight, maybe around 1 or 2 a.m., and the air was thick with that kind of heavy, still silence you get in the middle of nowhere. The streetlights from the road barely reached this far back. His backyard opened directly into a stretch of woods and wetlands that spread out for miles. There wasn't a single other house nearby, just the woods and the marshy ground that stretched all the way back to the highway, which was maybe 2 or 3 miles behind the tree line. We'd been best friends for 11 years, so sitting out back like this was normal for us. We had our usual spots on the old, creaky wooden deck that wrapped around his house, drinking sodas and smoking cigarettes, the kind of quiet night where the only sounds are the occasional rustling of leaves or a far-off owl. There was something peaceful about it, the kind of peace that feels like a lull before something could go wrong, but you try not to think about that. That night felt normal for a long time. The crickets buzzed softly, and every once in a while, a frog croaked somewhere in the wetlands. The wet ground smelled damp and earthy after some light rain earlier in the evening. The cool night air was humid and sticky on my skin. We talked about random stuff, music, some dumb jokes, plans for the weekend, nothing serious. Then all of a sudden, out of the stillness came this weird noise. It started with this awful long, high-pitched squeal that wasn't quite like anything I'd ever heard before. It sounded almost like a pig, but nothing like a normal pig squealing or grunting. This was harsher, more guttural, like the animal was screaming in pain or rage. The sound dragged on for what felt like 10 seconds, but was probably just a few. Then, right after the squeal, there was this sharp, loud whipping sound, like a branch snapping hard or a whip cracking through the air. The whole thing felt unnatural and wrong. We both froze. The night, which had been calm, suddenly felt thick with tension. The woods that had seemed so quiet just a moment before now felt alive with something hidden. I looked over at my friend, and even though we didn't say anything, I could tell he was just as shaken as I was. His eyes were wide, scanning the edge of the woods where the sound had come from. The air between us was heavy with unspoken fear. The thing that made it worse was how close it sounded. The squeal and the whipping noise came from the tree line, maybe just 100 yards or so from where we were sitting. The woods dropped sharply into the wetlands there, with thick brush and tall grasses that would make it impossible to see much beyond the first few feet in the dark. We sat there for a moment longer, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. No second squeal, no footsteps in the leaves, no breaking branches. Just the usual night sound slowly creeping back in, like a slow tide washing away the tension. Still, that noise was burned into my head. It was so strange, so loud, and so different from any animal noise I'd ever heard. We decided it wasn't safe to stay out there. We gathered our things quickly and went back inside the house. As the door shut behind us, the silence inside felt heavy, like the whole house was holding its breath. Neither of us tried to speak about what we heard. There was no need. The fear and confusion were enough. The next morning, when the sun was up and the world looked normal again, we both tried to figure out what the noise could have been. Animals fighting? Maybe. But it didn't sound like any animal fight I'd ever been around. There was no growling or snapping, just that one long, screaming squeal, then the sharp whip sound. Hunting? Possibly. But who goes hunting that late at night? Especially in those woods, which are full of wetlands and thick brush. Not exactly easy ground for moving quietly. I checked online and in some books later to see if there was an animal known to make a sound like that. Nothing really fit. Wild boars can be loud and aggressive, but I don't think they make a scream like that. And I'm pretty sure there aren't any boars around here anyway. Whatever it was, it left me with this uneasy feeling for a long time afterward. There's something about sounds in the night, especially strange ones. They mess with your head because you want to know what's making them, but sometimes you don't. You're left with questions, and the imagination fills in the blanks with worst-case scenarios. The woods behind his house are still there, sprawling and dark. That night, we thought we might have been close to whatever made that sound. Close enough to be heard, maybe even seen if the light had been better. But all we could do was retreat back inside and pretend everything was fine. I never went back out there alone at night after that, and neither did he. It's funny how one strange noise can change the way you see a place you've known for years. The woods that felt so calm before suddenly seemed like a place full of unknown dangers, just waiting in the dark. Even now, sometimes when I'm lying in bed and everything is quiet, I remember that squeal. It's like a warning, something wild and angry hidden just beyond the trees, something we can't fully understand. We never found out what it was, and maybe that's better. Some things are just meant to stay a mystery. Driving home during the holiday break, my friend and I had planned to carpool to save on gas and just have some company during the long drive. It was early winter, so the days were short and darkness came quickly, especially on that stretch of highway we were about to take. The road was familiar to me. I'd traveled it many times before, but that day it felt different. We left late afternoon, somewhere around 3 o'clock, hoping to reach home before nightfall. The sky was already turning a dull gray as the sun began to sink low, and the temperature outside dropped steadily. I remember watching the bare trees on either side of the highway, their branches twisting up like fingers against the pale sky. There wasn't much traffic, just a few cars here and there, mostly heading the same direction as us. The car we were in was old but reliable. The heater was cranking, making the inside warm, a good contrast to the cold air outside. The radio was playing some soft rock, barely audible over the hum of the engine and the tires rolling over the asphalt. My friend was quiet, probably tired or lost in thought, and I found myself staring out the window, watching the landscape slowly change as we drove deeper into the countryside. About an hour into the trip, the familiar surroundings began to shift. The trees thinned out a little, and the hills flattened into more rolling fields, dotted with patches of dried grass and leafless bushes. Then the road changed. Instead of the usual faded yellow lines marking the lanes and the white lines on the edges, the asphalt stretched out completely bare. It was fresh pavement, smooth and dark, but no lines, no reflectors, nothing. The stretch was long, much longer than I expected. 10 miles, maybe more. It felt odd, driving on such a blank road in the growing twilight. The headlights cut through the dimness ahead, reflecting off the untouched black surface like a mirror. There was something about it that felt unsettling, even though there was no clear reason. It wasn't dangerous, but it was definitely different. The silence inside the car was heavier now, the usual chatter replaced by a kind of quiet tension. I kept glancing at my friend, but they were still staring forward, focused on the road. The air felt cooler, despite the heater still blowing warm air around us. Outside, the wind had picked up slightly, causing dead leaves to swirl along the roadside. After several minutes of driving on the blank stretch, something caught my eye. Just up ahead, before an overpass, there was a dark reddish stain covering a large part of the road. At first, I thought it might be oil or some kind of spilled paint, but the color and shape didn't quite fit. It looked like dried blood, dark and cracked, spreading across the asphalt. It was hard to say for sure, but it was big, and the color was unmistakably deep red. I blinked, trying to make sense of it, but the stain didn't move or change. It was just there, right on the road, fresh enough to be noticed but old enough to be dried. My heart picked up a bit, a strange mix of curiosity and unease settling in my chest. I tried to tell myself it was probably something harmless, maybe rust or a stain from some animal, but it didn't look natural. As we got closer, the stain took up more of the lane. The air felt heavier, the cold pressing in around the car windows. I could hear the tires humming over the smooth asphalt, the only sound in the quiet stretch. Just beyond the stain was the overpass, tall and imposing in the fading light. Its concrete pillars looked worn and dirty, covered in graffiti and moss, casting long shadows across the road. Then, less than 2 minutes later, just past the overpass, we saw it. A Jeep, old and weathered, sitting crooked in the ditch on the side of the road. It looked like one of those classic off-road vehicles, something you might see in a nature documentary or a park ranger's vehicle. The paint was faded, the windows dusty and cracked. It had the iconic Jurassic Park logo on the side, a detail that seemed out of place, almost surreal, given the quiet emptiness of the road around it. The Jeep was tilted awkwardly, one wheel stuck in the soft earth of the ditch. There was no sign of anyone nearby. No footprints, no tire tracks leading away, nothing. Just the Jeep, alone in the darkening countryside. The headlights from our car briefly lit up the side of the vehicle as we passed, and I caught a glimpse of the interior, empty, with the steering wheel turned slightly to one side, as if someone had just stopped and left it there. The whole scene felt strange, like something from a movie. The fresh black road without lines, the dark red stain before the overpass, and then this abandoned Jeep with that weird logo, just sitting in the ditch like a forgotten relic. It didn't make sense. Why would someone leave a Jeep like that in the middle of nowhere, especially with no sign of trouble or accident? And what was that stain? The questions circled in my mind, but the night was closing in fast, and the road stretched on ahead, dark and empty. We didn't talk about it much on the way home. Both of us were quiet, thinking about what we'd seen, but not sure how to put it into words. The rest of the trip passed uneventfully, the road finally returning to normal, painted lines, familiar signs, and the usual traffic. But that strange stretch of unmarked road and the Jeep in the ditch stayed with me, like a puzzle I couldn't quite solve. A few days later, I found myself driving the same route back home, this time alone. I wanted to see if that odd stretch of road was still the same, if the stain or the Jeep would be there again. It was midday now, the sky clear and bright, the cold morning air still crisp. I drove carefully, eyes scanning the road ahead as I approached the section without lines. The asphalt was still fresh, still black and bare, just as I remembered, but there was no sign of the bloodstain. The road was clean, smooth, and empty, Nothing to suggest anything out of the ordinary had happened there. I slowed down, looking carefully along the roadside as I passed under the overpass. No marks, no stains, nothing. Then I reached the ditch where I had seen the Jeep before. It was empty. No vehicle, no tire tracks, no disturbed earth. Just grass and dirt, quiet and still. It was as if the Jeep had never been there at all. That part of the drive stuck with me long after I got home. I wondered if I had imagined things, if the shadows and the darkness had played tricks on me. But the memory of the red stain, the Jeep, and the blank road felt real, vivid, strange, and unsettling. Sometimes I think about that drive and the odd silence that settled over that stretch of road. No lines, no marks, just a black ribbon of asphalt cutting through the winter landscape. It's a reminder that sometimes the world doesn't make sense, and not every strange thing has an explanation. In the end, that road remained just a mystery, a quiet, odd moment caught between the fading light and the deepening shadows. No ghosts, no monsters, just a place where the normal rules of the road seemed to pause for a while, leaving behind a feeling that I couldn't quite shake. A few years ago, I lived in this tiny village on a tiny island. The kind of place where everything feels like it's been frozen in time, except for the weird contrast of old, crumbling houses right next to a bizarrely new and shiny estate that looked like it was plucked out of some suburban Stepford Wives set. Getting to my house was always an adventure, and not in a good way. The roads were narrow, winding country lanes that turned into even narrower backroads lined with these old, weather-beaten houses with peeling paint and wild, overgrown gardens. Sometimes, you'd see broken fences or rusting old farm equipment left to rot. There was nothing inviting about those roads, especially once the sun went down. The place was utterly devoid of street lighting, so after dark, it was pitch black, the kind of black where you can't see your hand in front of your face, and the only sounds are the wind and the distant, eerie calls of birds or foxes. The new estate where I lived felt out of place, like a polished pearl dropped into a muddy pond. The houses there were uniform, cookie-cutter, and sparkling clean, with freshly paved driveways and manicured lawns. It was almost surreal compared to the ramshackle homes leading up to it. The drive down the main road was long enough to make you think twice about walking anywhere once night fell. The walk back alone would take ages and feel unsafe in that kind of darkness. One evening, my dad and I were driving back home together. It was around 6 in the evening, not fully dark, but not quite daylight either. The kind of murky, gray light that leaves everything looking flat and a bit washed out. We were heading down one of those narrow country lanes, the kind that twist and dip between the old houses, where the road narrows so much that oncoming cars have to slow right down or even stop to let each other pass. At one point, the road dropped into a small hollow. We were going down this dip, and for a moment, our eye level was almost equal to the road's surface, like we were riding right alongside it instead of above it. That's when it happened. Out of nowhere, a massive flash of light lit up the middle of the road. It wasn't just bright, it was sharp and intense, a harsh beam that looked orange and yellow mixed with white, and it was huge, maybe about 4 feet wide, cutting a perfect line across the tarmac, almost like a spotlight had been switched on just for a second and then switched off again. The light was gone almost as fast as it came. It was so sudden and strange that my dad and I just stared at each other, blinking, trying to process what we'd just seen. We both said the same thing at the exact same time. What was that? I know what you might think, sunlight reflecting off the road, or some kind of vehicle light. But this was Great Britain on a cloudy, dull day, and at that time of year, the sun was nowhere near bright enough to create anything like that. The light didn't come from the sky, and it wasn't from a car or bike either, because there was nothing else on the road. For a few moments after, the world felt a bit off, like something was lingering in the air, unseen but heavy. The road stayed quiet and still as we slowly carried on driving, both a little shaken, but not sure why. That was just the beginning of the strange things that happened on those roads. A few weeks later, my dad was driving home from work. It was the winter, so it was fully dark by the time he left the office, usually around 6:30 p.m. The stretch of road he took had brick walls lining one side and open fields on the other. The walls were old, maybe 8 feet tall, solid and unbroken. No gaps or gates, just a continuous line of red bricks covered in moss and dirt. The fields opposite the walls were wide and empty, stretching into the darkness with nothing but a few trees here and there. As he drove, he saw a man crossing the road from the field side. This wasn't the kind of place people walked at night, so it caught his attention. The man looked like a builder, wearing dusty boots and clothes that seemed worn and dirty from a hard day's work. My dad slowed the car as he got closer, expecting the man to hurry or step back to the side of the road. But the man just kept walking, not speeding up or stopping, like he was on a mission. When my dad was nearly alongside him, the man glanced toward the car, paused for a second, then just carried on walking. What confused my dad was what happened next. The man vanished. He left the road where the brick wall was, and there was nowhere else to go. The wall was solid. There were no holes, no gates, no gaps. It was impossible to get through without going over, under, or breaking it. My dad stopped the car, staring at the wall. He was certain of what he'd seen. The man had crossed the road and disappeared behind that wall, but there was no way he could have gotten through it. For the rest of the drive, my dad couldn't shake the image of that man walking straight through a brick wall. When he got home, he was so rattled he didn't even mention it right away. But 20 minutes later, he realized we were out of a vital ingredient for dinner, and we had to get to the nearest shop. We drove that stretch of road with our eyes closed, hoping to avoid seeing anything else strange. Months later, my stepmother's parents visited. One night, driving home on the same road in the dark, they noticed someone crossing the road and slowed down to let him pass. They both saw him walk straight through the brick wall. That was when I really started to believe that the place we lived wasn't just lonely or remote. Something about those roads, those walls, and the houses felt wrong. Like the island itself had secrets it was holding tight. But my dad has even stranger stories, ones I don't think I'm ready to share yet. For now, all I know is this. Driving down those tiny country roads in the fading light, or worse, in the pitch-black winter nights, felt like crossing a border into a place where the rules didn't quite apply. Where you might see things your brain refuses to explain, and where disappearing into a brick wall wasn't just the stuff of dreams or movies. The roads weren't just long and winding. They were a reminder that sometimes the world around you isn't as solid or safe as you think. That night feels like it was pulled from a nightmare I never want to relive, but it's burned into my memory, clear as day. A couple years ago, me and a buddy found ourselves sitting in an old cemetery, one of those places that's been around since the 1800s. I honestly don't know how we ended up there. One minute we were just hanging out, smoking cigarettes, talking about nothing in particular. The kind of late-night chill that just drifts along. But the spot itself was weird. Twisted iron fences, old cracked headstones leaning into the ground, moss crawling over everything. The air was thick with that damp, earthy smell of decay, like the ground had been breathing out for 100 years. You could see the fog settling low over the grass, swirling around the bases of the stones, almost hiding the worn names and dates that faded with every passing year. It was late fall. The trees around the cemetery had lost most of their leaves, and the grass was brittle and dry, with that dull gold-brown color that looks like it's on the edge of dying. The wind was calm that night, which only made the silence heavier. We were just sitting there, the occasional crackle of our cigarettes and the dull sound of our breathing the only noise. It was the kind of quiet that presses in on you, makes you listen harder than you want to. And then out of nowhere, we started hearing this tussling sound coming from the tall grass, maybe 100 feet away. It wasn't constant, just rustling and shuffling, like something or someone was pushing through the dry grass with force. I turned to my buddy, eyes wide, trying to figure out if he heard it too. He just nodded slowly, and we both sat up a bit straighter, watching. Then suddenly there was a scream. Not a far-off shout or anything that could be dismissed. This was a sharp, raw scream, full of fear and panic. It was coming closer. At the same time, we caught sight of a small figure running through the grass, a child by the looks of it. The kid was sprinting, legs pumping hard, face turned sideways like they were looking behind them as they ran. Right behind was a man, moving fast, arms swinging, the way you'd expect someone chasing to run. The screams got louder and louder as they neared our spot. It was impossible to look away. We were frozen, caught in this surreal moment where you're too shocked to move, too scared to speak. The cemetery around us felt like it shrank, like the dark trees pressed in tighter. The child and the man passed within about 30 feet of us, the kid's frantic steps almost brushing the edge of the small clearing we sat in. The man's face was hard to see, shadowed by a hoodie pulled low, but the aggression in his movements was unmistakable. Then, just like that, the screams stopped. It was so sudden, it felt like someone had flipped a switch. 1 second, the air was filled with the desperate shouts, the pounding of feet in the grass. The next, silence. Complete silence. No rustling, no breathing, nothing. The kind of silence that feels thick and dangerous. We looked at each other, eyes wide, hearts hammering like we'd run a marathon. For a few seconds, we just sat there, frozen. Neither of us could figure out what happened. Was the man gone? Did the kid stop running? We didn't dare move or look around too much. The feeling that something terrible was about to happen settled over us like a weight. Then, without a word, we both bolted. We ran like we'd never run before, bursting out of the cemetery and into the cold night air. The ground was uneven, littered with fallen branches and dry leaves that crunched under our feet. We sprinted harder than I ever had in my life. Faster than I thought possible, like Forrest Gump running from those bullies. My lungs burned, my legs felt like lead, but the fear drove me. I didn't look back once. After what felt like forever, we finally slowed down near a streetlight on the edge of town. My buddy was gasping for air, his chest heaving, sweat dripping down his face even though it was cold. We just stood there for a while, trying to catch our breath, trying to make sense of what we saw. Neither of us said a word. The quiet was back, but the night no longer felt peaceful. Over the next few days, I couldn't stop thinking about it. That kid, the man chasing, the scream, what it meant. It was the kind of thing that sticks with you, gnawing at your mind. I wondered if anyone else heard it, if the police got called, if someone was hurt. I didn't want to know really, but the questions kept coming. I never went back to that cemetery after that night. The place wasn't just old and spooky anymore. It felt dangerous, like a spot where something bad had happened or was about to happen. I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that. This was real, too real. It was people, someone in trouble, and a darkness in a quiet place where no one should ever have to be scared. That night changed the way I see things. How silence can be louder than screams. How fear can freeze you 1 second and push you to run the next. How the world can hold its breath while something terrible unfolds just out of sight. And sometimes, when I'm alone late at night, I still hear those screams in my head. I remember when I was a kid, my neighbor and I would often wander down a few empty lots from our houses. It was a kind of rundown area, right at the edge of our little neighborhood, where things started to thin out and nature took back some space. There was this one empty lot that had always caught our attention. It used to belong to an older Asian couple who had lived there for decades before they passed away some years earlier. No one had moved in since then, and the place was just left to sit, overgrown with tall weeds and wild grass, giving it a kind of quiet, forgotten feel. On the corner of that lot, there was a small white shed. It wasn't fancy by any means. The paint was peeling off in strips, the wood underneath looking gray and weather-beaten. The roof sagged just slightly, but the whole thing still looked solid enough to hold up for a while longer. Still, it had this eerie vibe, like it was barely holding itself together, waiting to fall apart. There were cracks along the corners, and I could see some spots where the boards had warped or split. My neighbor and I, being the mischievous kids we were, thought it would be cool to explore that shed. We liked playing badasses, testing our courage by poking around places we weren't supposed to. That summer, we decided it was finally time to check it out. The door was nailed shut with 3 old, rusty bent nails hammered in from the outside. They were so old and crooked it looked like they'd been there forever. We found a small hammer in my neighbor's garage and used it to carefully pry the nails open one by one. It took some work, and the nails bent and twisted as we pulled, but eventually, the door creaked open with a loud groan. Inside, the shed smelled like damp wood and old metal, mixed with a faint musty smell that reminded me of forgotten places. The floorboards were dusty and uneven. To the left was some rusted gardening tools leaning against the wall, and scattered around were a few old, broken crates. Nothing too interesting at first glance. But in the far corner, there was a wooden ladder leading up to an attic space above the main floor. The ladder looked rickety, but still sturdy enough to climb. We glanced at each other, half excited, half nervous. We grabbed a small flashlight and slowly climbed up, careful not to make too much noise. At the top, the attic was cramped and dusty. It was filled with all kinds of random junk, old newspapers, broken chairs, a rusty bicycle wheel, and heaps of cobwebs. The wooden beams above creaked when we moved. Our flashlight beams swept across the clutter until we landed on something that made us freeze. Wrapped in a white plastic tarp, laying on top of some old boxes, was a shape that looked unmistakably like a human form. It was stiff and oddly shaped, and the plastic was stained in a few places. We also noticed an old aquarium nearby, cracked and dusty, with bits of dirt and dead leaves inside. Neither of us said a word. The shed suddenly felt much colder, and the air thick. I remember my heart beating faster, but curiosity got the better of us. We stayed there for a few minutes, shining the flashlight around and trying to figure out what the tarp might be covering. It could have been some kind of storage, maybe something from the couple's past, but it definitely didn't feel right. We decided not to touch it and quietly climbed back down. After that first visit, the shed stayed in our minds. We went back a couple more times over the next few weeks, each time feeling a little more uneasy. We never saw anything else that's strange, but the shed itself seemed almost alive in its silence, holding secrets. What really caught our attention, though, was what happened to the nails on the door. Every time we pried the door open by bending those rusty nails back, we noticed that when we came back the next time, the nails had been bent back over the door, as if someone didn't want the shed opened. It was almost like a warning, but we never saw anyone around or heard anything. We thought maybe the elderly neighbor across the street was keeping an eye on it. He was a quiet man who always kept to himself, but sometimes gave off this odd vibe, like he was protecting something. One evening, as we were poking around near the shed again, the neighbor shouted across the street in a panicked voice, "Leave the shed alone." It wasn't angry or mean, but urgent, like he was scared of what we might find. We didn't reply, just slowly walked away. The nails were bent back the same way the next time we visited, but this time we didn't try to open the door. Something about that shed, the way it was locked down and the neighbor's warning, made us stop messing around with it. We never did find out what was under that tarp, and we never returned to that shed again. Looking back now, it was probably just old junk or something the couple had stored away. Maybe the neighbor was just worried kids would get hurt or disturb something important. But as a kid, that shed was one of the creepiest places I ever dared to explore, and the memory of those bent nails always stuck with me, like a silent reminder that some things are better left alone. The sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the neighborhood as my brother, mother, and I set off on our bikes. The festival was just a few miles away in the town park, and the route we planned took us through a wooded path behind some houses. It was a shortcut we often used, saving a good 10 minutes compared to sticking to the roads. We'd taken that path plenty of times before without issue. The trees towered high, their branches thick with leaves that filtered the fading light into greenish-gold patches on the dirt trail. The air was warm, but held that slight chill that comes just before dusk. Birds called here and there, and the faint hum of insects buzzed in the underbrush. We were just rolling along, the tires crunching softly on the dry leaves and twigs that littered the path. My brother was ahead, the faster of the two of us, and I was right behind him. Mom followed, her bike a bit slower but steady. We were chatting quietly, excited about the festival. There'd be food stalls, music, games, and people from all over town. Then, out of nowhere, something made me stop cold. Up ahead, just a few feet away, stood a figure. At first, I thought it was a tree stump or maybe some odd shape in the dimming light. But no, it was definitely a person. An old woman, standing completely still, completely naked. She was facing away from us, looking deeper into the woods. The way she stood was stiff, almost like she was rooted to the spot, and she didn't move when we came closer. Not even a twitch. I braked hard, my front tire skidding against the packed earth and fallen leaves. The sudden halt sent a jolt through my arms and my bike wobbled slightly, but I stayed upright. Behind me, I heard my brother do the same, and then my mom. The three of us stopped maybe 10 feet from her, the silence thick except for the faint rustle of leaves in the breeze. I looked carefully at her. She was thin, her skin weathered and blotchy with age, but there was something wrong about her posture. The way she stood didn't seem natural. Her shoulders were slightly hunched, but her head didn't turn, didn't shift even once. The hair was gray and matted, hanging down her back in uneven strands. It was almost like she was frozen, like a statue someone had dumped out here. There was no sign of fear or acknowledgement in her, no sign she even knew we were there. My heart began to beat faster, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. The woods that had felt familiar and safe a minute ago suddenly felt alien and hostile. The festival, the bright lights, the sound of laughter in the distance, it all felt very far away now. We stood there for what felt like forever, maybe a minute, maybe longer. The woman didn't move, didn't make a sound. My mother's voice finally cut through the silence, calm but firm. Without looking back, she told us to turn around, to leave the path, and take a longer route to the park. We obeyed immediately, backs to the woman as we pedaled hard away from her, the crunch of the wheels and our breathing loud in the quiet woods. As we emerged from the tree line and back onto the street, the normal sounds of the town returned. Cars driving by, dogs barking, kids shouting from their yards. The woods, with their strange woman and thick shadows, stayed behind us. That moment stayed with me for days. I thought about that woman every time I passed the woods on my bike, every time I heard a story about weird things in the area. Because the truth is, she wasn't the only strange thing out there. The woods behind my house have always had a reputation. Over the years, I've stumbled across tiny tent towns hidden in the underbrush, makeshift shelters made from tarps and old blankets. I've seen bits of broken glass, empty cans, and scraps of clothing scattered on the forest floor where no one should really be camping. People live rough out there, and it's not always clear who they are or what they're doing. Once, an ex-girlfriend of mine was chased through those woods on her way to a friend's house. She told me later a man had followed her, running after her with his thing out. She managed to get away, but the fear in her voice when she recounted it stuck with me. It made the woods feel even darker, even more dangerous. There was also that time the police found a dead body somewhere back in those woods. I never learned all the details, but it wasn't far from where we saw that woman. The sheriff's department had a small investigation, but nothing really came of it publicly. The forest just swallowed the story, like it swallowed everything. Even the local ranchers who live on the edge of town and own land bordering the woods talk about strange things. One told me his horse was found torn up in a paddock near the trees. No explanation, no sign of a wild animal that could have done it. Just a horse dead and mangled, left for the crows. When you combine all of that, the tent towns, the strange woman, the violent incidents, it's hard not to feel uneasy when you head into those woods. There's something off about the place, a sense that it's a boundary between the familiar and something else. It's not the kind of place you want to be alone after dark. I've never gone back to that path at night since we saw the woman. Even during the day, I take the longer route. My brother and I still talk about it sometimes, but there's never much to say. The woods keep their secrets tight, and the things we saw and heard are the kind that don't fit neatly into explanations or stories. We live in a quiet town, and for the most part, it's a safe place. But the woods remind us that beneath the calm surface, strange and unsettling things can happen. It's a reminder to be cautious, to trust your instincts, and to respect the unknown. The festival went on without us that day. We made it eventually, but the excitement was gone, replaced by a lingering sense of unease. I still think about that old woman, standing silent and naked in the fading light. A reminder that some parts of the world don't want to be disturbed. That sometimes the safest thing to do is to turn around and never look back. I never thought a camping trip could turn into one of the scariest nights I've ever had, but that night in Wyoming proved me wrong. It was late summer, the kind of late August heat that cools down just enough to make sleeping outside bearable, but still reminds you of the sun's power during the day. My girlfriend and I had been planning this trip for months, wanting to get away from the city and all the noise, to soak up some quiet in the wild. We picked a spot deep in Wyoming, a national forest area where the trees were thick and the land stretched for miles in every direction. The kind of place where you knew bears roamed because the ranger station had a big sign warning campers to keep food locked up tight and not to leave anything outside. We arrived in the late afternoon and set up our tent on a small clearing surrounded by tall pine trees. The ground was soft with fallen needles, and the air smelled like fresh wood and damp earth. We'd brought a small camp stove, some canned beans, and bread, simple stuff. We kept our food sealed tight and away from the tent, like the ranger advised. After eating, we sat outside watching the sun sink behind the mountains, painting the sky with streaks of orange and purple. It was peaceful, almost too peaceful. The kind of peace that makes you notice even the smallest sounds, like twigs snapping or leaves rustling. We got into the tent early, both exhausted from the hike we'd done earlier. The tent was small but cozy, just enough room for the two of us lying side by side. I zipped the door closed and turned off the little battery lantern we'd brought. The darkness outside was complete, thicker than any city night, swallowing everything whole. The stars shone bright overhead, but even their light couldn't reach into the woods that surrounded us. We tried to sleep, but it was hard. Every crack of a branch or rustle in the bushes made us jump. We knew bears were nearby, and every time I thought about it, my heart started pounding. Eventually, I drifted off, or at least I thought I did. Then, around what I guessed was close to midnight, I woke up to a strange noise. At first, it was just a faint rustling outside the tent, like something big was moving through the underbrush. Then I heard it more clearly, a heavy, slow breathing, mixed with the sound of something large rubbing against the fabric of the tent. My girlfriend stirred beside me, wide awake too. We froze, sitting upright in the dark, staring at the thin nylon walls that separated us from whatever was out there. My mind raced. Was it a bear? I remembered the warnings from the ranger, the stories I'd read online about bear encounters that ended badly. My hand instinctively reached for the small pocket knife I kept in my bag, but I didn't want to move too much and risk making noise. The breathing grew louder. Something pressed firmly against the tent's side near my head, and I could feel the weight pushing the fabric inward. The smell hit me next, wet, musky, earthy. It was the smell of an animal, heavy and wild. My girlfriend's breathing was shallow and fast, matching my own. On the other side of the tent, I heard another heavy body press up against it. Two large animals, close enough that if the tent had ripped, we would have been face to face with them. We sat there, not daring to move or make a sound, the minutes stretching on like hours. Every second felt like it could be the last. The animals sniffed and rubbed the tent, moving slowly around us. At one point, the breathing shifted, and it sounded like the animal right next to me was sniffing the air, maybe trying to figure out if we were food or danger. I didn't want to know what they thought. My mind flickered through all the things I'd learned about bears. Play dead if attacked, don't run, make noise to scare them off. But none of that mattered right now because we were trapped, and these animals were inches away. After what felt like an eternity, the animals started moving away slowly, still making noises that sounded like heavy steps and soft rustling. My heart was pounding so loud, I was sure they could hear it. I looked over at my girlfriend, whose eyes were wide and shining in the faint moonlight filtering through the tent. Neither of us spoke, just nodded silently to each other. It was nearly dawn, around 4:30 a.m. by my guess, and we decided to pack up and leave as quietly and quickly as possible. We gathered our gear, trying not to make any noise, folding the tent and stuffing everything into the bags. The forest around us was still, almost too still, like it was holding its breath. Then, as we were about to finish, we heard it again, movement through the woods behind us. Heavy footsteps, slow and steady, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of breathing. But this time, there were more of them. A group of animals moving through the trees, coming closer. We didn't hesitate. We dropped what we were holding and sprinted, the cold morning air rushing past my face. My girlfriend ran just behind me, her breath ragged in the cool air. We didn't look back until we reached the clearing where our car was parked. I slammed the door shut, locked it, and pressed my foot hard on the brake, heart still pounding from the sprint. She climbed in beside me, and I fumbled for the keys, my hands shaking. In the rearview mirror, I caught sight of the animals moving slowly through the tree line. My breath caught because I was sure I saw large dark shapes, enough to fill me with dread. But as they stepped into the dim light of the parking area, I realized what we were actually staring at. Two cows, a mother and her calf, ambling slowly through the trees. The mother cow glanced at the car with a lazy, almost human look, then sighed softly and moved on. We sat there in stunned silence for a moment before bursting into laughter, the tension breaking all at once. The fear that had gripped us so tightly just minutes before dissolved into a mix of relief and ridiculous disbelief. We had spent the whole night terrified of bears, and it turned out to be cows. It was absurd, but also exactly the kind of thing that made the memory unforgettable. We didn't stay to see if more bears would come by. We packed up quickly, still laughing about the cows, and drove off, vowing never to camp in bear country without a proper bear canister and maybe a little more courage. It was a quiet afternoon when I found myself back in town after almost a year away at college. Life had been moving forward in all kinds of directions, but some things stayed the same. like the memory of my best friend. He died in a car accident about a year after we graduated high school, and it still hit me hard every time I thought about it. I hadn't visited his grave in a while, caught up in school and all the noise of life, but today, I felt like I needed to go. The cemetery was out past the edge of town, a little rural patch surrounded by fields and low hills. You had to turn off the main road and follow a gravel path lined with wild grass and a few scattered trees before you reached it. I remembered it well from the last few visits I'd made. It wasn't a big place, maybe a couple hundred graves, but it was quiet and peaceful, with some groves of trees that gave it a kind of sheltered feeling. The trees were tall and thin, mostly oak and maple, their branches just starting to show the first signs of autumn with yellow and orange leaves beginning to appear. I parked my car near the edge of the gravel lot, then grabbed my backpack and headed inside. The sky was clear, but the sun was already low, pushing warm golden light across the cemetery. The air had a crisp edge to it, hinting at the coolness the evening would bring once the sun disappeared. I walked slowly, stepping over patches of moss and small stones embedded in the dirt paths between the graves. I found his headstone easily, a simple granite marker with his name and the dates etched in. The grass around it was well kept, short and green despite the season, and a few small wildflowers had sprung up near the base. I sat down on the grass, leaning back against the cold stone. The air smelled faintly of earth and fallen leaves. It was a smell I'd never get used to, but one that somehow felt like the right place to think. I looked out across the cemetery from my spot. Not far from my friend's grave, there was a freshly dug one, a spot where the ground was still soft, covered in straw to help the grass grow back. The straw lay in loose clumps, pale and dry, catching the late afternoon light like golden dust scattered over the earth. The rest of the cemetery was quiet, save for the occasional chirp of a bird or the rustling of leaves in the slight breeze. As I sat there, the sun dipped lower, casting longer shadows through the trees. The light softened, turning from bright gold to a deeper orange, and the temperature cooled enough for me to pull my jacket tighter around me. I kept my eyes on the horizon where the sun was just beginning to disappear behind the low hills beyond the cemetery. It was a beautiful sight, the kind of quiet moment that made me feel small and a little lost in the vastness of everything. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something move near the fresh grave. At first, I thought it was just a trick, the way the shadows stretched and shifted as the sun went down, making the straw seem to flicker or twitch. But then it moved again, more clearly this time, a small ripple through the straw. My heart picked up without any clear reason. I told myself it was nothing, just the wind maybe, or a bird landing nearby. But when it moved again, more insistently, I couldn't ignore it. I stood up and stepped closer, squinting to get a better look. The air was still now, no breeze at all, so it didn't make sense for the straw to be moving by itself. I stared hard at the spot, my mind racing with strange thoughts. Part of me expecting some kind of horror movie scene, even though I knew better. I shook my head to clear the silly thoughts and prepared myself to look away, when suddenly the straw exploded upward. It startled me so much I jumped back. The straw flew up like a sudden puff of smoke, and out from the middle of it shot a tiny chipmunk, twisting in the air as it flew a few feet before landing on the dirt and scurrying off into the brush. I stood frozen for a moment, heart pounding, as I watched it disappear under a bush near the edge of the cemetery. I couldn't help but laugh at myself. Here I was, half expecting something supernatural or frightening, and it was just a small animal hiding in the straw. The way it had burst out made it seem like some kind of explosion, but it was nothing but a scared chipmunk. I wished I had a gun or something. Not that I would ever shoot a chipmunk, but the thought flashed in my head. If I did, that would have been one dead chipmunk. It felt ridiculous, but it showed how jumpy I'd become, how easily the place made me tense. I settled back down near my friend's grave again, but the magic of the sunset was gone. The sun slipped behind the hills and the shadows swallowed the trees, turning the cemetery into a patchwork of dark shapes. The birds stopped chirping, and the silence grew deeper. I stayed a while longer, lost in my thoughts about the past year. How things had changed, what had stayed the same, and how small moments like this felt like fragile islands in a sea of chaos. Eventually, the chill pushed me to my feet. I took a slow, careful walk back to my car, stepping lightly on the gravel and keeping my eyes on the path. The night was coming fast, the stars beginning to peek out in the darkening sky. As I reached the car, I looked back one last time at the cemetery, quiet, empty, and waiting. Driving away, I realized that the strange moment with the chipmunk was just a reminder. Life keeps moving, sometimes in weird, unexpected ways. Even in the stillness of a graveyard, nature and life go on. There was nothing scary or supernatural there, just the normal, sometimes weird, but real parts of the world around us. And somehow, that made it easier to breathe again. Driving on the New Jersey Turnpike in the early morning hours has always had a strange, quiet feeling. Around 4 or 5 a.m., the world outside feels paused, like it's holding its breath. The roads are mostly empty, and the sky is still pitch black, with no hint of dawn yet. It's a kind of stillness you rarely get in the middle of the day, something that lulls you into a kind of quiet focus, or sometimes an uneasy alertness. That morning, I was driving home after a late night out, the kind of night where everything feels just a little heavier because sleep never really settled in. My significant other was with me, sitting in the passenger seat, both of us quiet, tired but alert. The hum of the engine and the soft rush of wind against the windows filled the space. The road ahead stretched out like a black ribbon, lined by faint glimmers of distant city lights, but mostly dark. The turnpike was almost empty, a rare sight for such a major highway. I was driving about 70 miles per hour, steady and careful, not in a rush but wanting to get home. The car's headlights cut through the darkness in front of me, illuminating the smooth asphalt and the occasional reflective signs. The cool, slightly humid air seeped in from the cracked windows. It was the kind of drive where you get lost in thought, memories flickering through your mind, the quiet broken only by the rhythmic thumping of the tires on the road. Then, just as I was shifting gears to merge slightly toward the left lane, something caught my eye in the corner of my vision, something out of place. There, in the right lane, was a car. It wasn't just stopped on the shoulder or pulled over like you'd expect. No, this car was completely wrecked. The front end was crushed and twisted, the metal bent in sharp, unnatural angles. The windshield was shattered, spiderweb cracks sprawling across it. The car looked like it had collided with something very hard, hard enough to crumple the entire front. But what made it worse was the fact that there were no lights on, no hazard lights blinking, no brake lights glowing red. It was just sitting there, dead in the middle of the lane. The nose of the car was sticking out into the left lane, partially blocking the path. At first, I thought maybe someone had just stopped in an emergency, but there was no one around. No driver, no passengers, nothing. The darkness swallowed any sign of movement or life. My heart skipped. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter as I realized how dangerous the situation was. If I hadn't seen it in time, if I had been driving in the right lane, I wouldn't have had a chance to stop or even swerve away. The car was an obstacle no one should have been facing at that speed in that kind of darkness. The turnpike isn't a place where you expect a broken-down car just sitting in a lane, especially not one in that condition. I swerved sharply to the left, avoiding the wreck by inches, adrenaline spiking through me. The tires screeched against the pavement, the car leaning slightly as I fought to maintain control. My so gasped quietly beside me, tension hanging thick in the air. We sped past the destroyed car, the headlights catching more details, pieces of debris scattered around it, broken glass reflecting the light like tiny diamonds. The smell of burnt rubber and something metallic seemed to hang faintly in the air, though that could have been my imagination. After I got safely past it, I slowed down, heart pounding. I looked back through the rearview mirror but saw nothing, no sign of anyone or any other vehicles. Just an empty highway and the wrecked car, standing like a grim monument in the darkness. I thought about what could have happened. Was it a hit and run? Had the driver lost control? Was someone hurt or worse? It was chilling to imagine that car sitting there, unnoticed, so close to other traffic, a serious accident waiting to happen. I kept telling myself to be grateful to be alive, to have reacted quickly enough, to have my so safe beside me. But the image of that silent, crushed car haunted me as we continued driving. The rest of the trip felt surreal, the quiet of the early morning now filled with a tension I couldn't shake. I found myself scanning the road constantly, eyes darting from lane to lane, half expecting something else to appear out of the darkness. The usual calm I felt driving on empty roads was replaced with a sharp alertness, a reminder of how fragile safety on the road can be. By the time we finally pulled off the turnpike and onto local roads closer to home, the sky was just starting to lighten with hints of dawn. The colors crept slowly into the horizon, soft pinks and pale blues washing away the night's blackness. I took a deep breath and felt some of the tension ease. That wrecked car wasn't just a random obstacle, it was a silent warning. It reminded me how quickly things can go wrong, how important it is to stay alert and cautious, even when everything seems quiet and safe. Driving isn't just about getting from one place to another. It's about being ready for the unexpected, the dangerous moments that appear when you least expect them. I still don't know what happened to that car or the people involved, if anyone was even there at all. I hope someone found it and called for help, or that the driver somehow managed to get to safety. But that image is burned into my mind, a car wreck, motionless and abandoned in the middle of a busy highway lane in the dead of night. It was a stark reminder that life can change in a split second, that danger can come without warning. I'm just glad that day I was paying attention, glad I had quick reflexes and a clear head. Most of all, I'm grateful that we made it home safely, that we could leave the darkness behind and step into the light of a new day. The night had settled deep and quiet over Panthertown Valley when the uneasy feeling first crept in. I remember how the sky was a black velvet, scattered with countless stars, brighter than I'd ever seen in the city. The air smelled fresh, earthy, and cold as it slipped through the pine needles overhead. We had spent the day hiking, laughing, and exploring, and by evening, a small group of friends and I had made camp in a little clearing just off the main trail. We'd pitched our tents close together, the orange glint of the fabric faintly visible in the moonlight. Our gear was scattered about, a mix of backpacks, empty food containers, and the remnants of dinner. We'd cracked open some beers and passed around a joint, the smoke drifting lazily through the chilly air. It was one of those perfect college nights, where everything seemed light and easy, and the wilderness was just a backdrop for us to unwind. None of us really thought about the animals beyond the usual cautionary tales we'd heard. Bears in these parts were known to roam, but with food hung carefully from trees and trash packed tight, we figured we'd be safe. What we didn't know then was how careless we had been, or how quickly the wild could come knocking. I was the first one to fall asleep, curled up inside my tent, the rough nylon walls barely muffling the night sounds. Somewhere, a creek murmured quietly. The breeze rustled the pine needles. Somewhere farther off, an owl hooted. I was in that half-dream state, where the mind drifts but the body still listens. Then came the slap on my shoulder. Hard, but not rough. My friend's eyes were wide, filled with a mixture of panic and disbelief. I sat up groggy, blinking in the darkness. There it was, the sound. Close, unnervingly close. Crunching, munching, the unmistakable tearing of plastic and the slow, deliberate shuffling of heavy paws. It was a bear, no bigger than 2 feet away from my sleeping bag. The bear was busy pulling apart one of our trash bags, the sharp crackle of the plastic mixing with the wet, sloppy sounds of it chewing. The smell hit me next, a pungent, sour odor mixed with something wild and musky that made my stomach tighten. I froze, heart pounding loud enough to drown out every other sound. I could hear the gentle rustle of the tent fabric as the bear shifted, its broad snout sniffing, searching for more. My breath came in short bursts, my body stiff like I'd turned to stone. I looked around at my friends, just inches from me, wide-eyed and silent. No one moved. No one dared to speak. There was an unspoken agreement that this was a moment we didn't want to disturb. The fear rooted us in place. The bear was close enough that I could imagine its massive head turning slowly from our trash to the edge of the tent. I imagined the heavy black fur, the gleam of its eyes reflecting the faint moonlight, the strength in those jaws that could crush bone without effort. It wasn't a monster from a story. It was a real, breathing, dangerous animal rummaging through what was ours. Minutes passed like hours. I wasn't sure if the bear had noticed us, or if it cared. I hoped it was distracted enough by the food scraps and garbage to not see the shapes beneath the thin tent walls. I didn't want to make a sound, didn't want to move, didn't want to do anything that might provoke it. After what felt like forever, the bear's chewing slowed. The sounds grew more distant as it shifted away from the tent and into the darkness beyond our camp. The tension didn't leave me instantly. My whole body was still on high alert, every nerve screaming. Eventually, the silence returned, heavy and strange. That night, sleep was impossible. We lay awake in our tents, ears straining for any hint of the bear's return, every little noise twisting into imagined threats. In the morning, we found our campsite a mess. The trash was shredded and strewn across the clearing. Empty food wrappers, crushed cans, bits of food smeared on the ground. It was clear the bear had feasted well, and our carelessness had invited it. We gathered what was left of our gear and packed up quietly. No one spoke much about it on the trail out, but inside I felt a mix of relief and respect. The wilderness wasn't just a pretty place to hang out or get away from life. It was alive and unpredictable, and we were visitors in its domain. Looking back now, I can laugh at the absurdity of it all. The way we just froze, not knowing what to do, hoping the bear would lose interest. But at the time, it was pure raw fear. It reminded me to never underestimate nature, to never take safety for granted, and to always be prepared. I never forgot to hang my trash properly after that night. That's one lesson that stuck harder than any of the others I learned in those woods. College had this huge botanical garden. It wasn't just some small patch of plants either. It was sprawling, acres of trees, shrubs, winding paths, and little hidden corners that felt like they belonged in another world. You could get lost there easy, especially at night. Most students didn't dare go there after dark. Some said the place was creepy, but I found it peaceful, quiet in a way that felt good, like the rest of the world disappeared. I started sneaking in late at night, around 1 or 2 in the morning, when the campus was dead silent. I liked the quiet and the way the stars looked through the gaps in the tree canopy. The air smelled different too, damp earth, pine, and all the plants mixed together. It was fresh and calm. I'd wander the trails alone, sometimes just sitting on a bench or lying back on the grass looking up at the sky. It felt like my own secret escape. Eventually, I brought my girlfriend with me. She liked the idea too. One night, maybe a couple months after I started going, we decided to take a hike through the garden to do some stargazing. The moon was a thin crescent, so the sky was pretty dark, perfect for seeing stars. We brought a small flashlight just in case, but mostly we let our eyes adjust to the darkness. The trees were tall and thick, and their branches made weird shapes in the moonlight. It felt like walking through a giant, sleeping jungle. As we moved slowly along a narrow dirt path, the only sounds were our footsteps on the dry leaves and the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. We were deep enough that the distant hum of campus life was gone. The silence was almost total. Suddenly, out of nowhere, we heard a sound, the unmistakable noise of shoveling. The slow, repetitive thud and scrape of a shovel digging into soil. It was faint but clear, coming from somewhere not too far ahead, maybe a few hundred yards away. The timing made it worse. It was nearly 2 in the morning. Who the hell would be digging in the middle of the night, here, in the middle of a forest-like garden? We froze for a moment, listening. The shoveling stopped. Then a soft scrape as dirt was shifted. The silence after felt heavier, like the night was holding its breath. Our eyes darted around, trying to see through the thick trees and dark shadows. But the dense foliage blocked any clear view. No flashlights or phones lit up the area, just black shapes and distant shadows. We didn't say a word. It was enough to make our skin crawl. I didn't want to stick around to find out what the hell was going on. We turned and started walking back quickly, almost jogging, careful not to make too much noise but eager to get out. The path back felt longer. Every little snap of a twig or crunch of leaves underfoot sounded louder than usual. My heart was pounding. I felt like something was watching us, but all I could see were the same dark trees, silent and still. When we finally reached the edge of the garden near the campus buildings, the normal lights and sounds of the night felt like a safe bubble. We didn't talk about what we heard on the way back. We didn't have any explanation, and that made it worse. Was someone digging a grave? Were they burying something? The whole idea was so out of place it felt like a nightmare you couldn't wake from. That night stuck with me for weeks. I kept thinking about it every time I went back to the garden, but I never heard the digging again. I even went back during the day to see if there was any sign of disturbed earth or freshly dug holes. Nothing, just smooth paths and normal plants. It was as if the noise had been a trick of the mind, or maybe someone working late and hidden from sight. But it wasn't just that night. I had another experience that was just as unsettling, if not more. A couple years later, my girlfriend and I took a trip to Costa Rica. We wanted to explore the wilderness, go off-road, and see what the country's wild parts were like. We rented a 4x4 and drove deep into the jungle. The roads weren't really roads, more like dirt tracks, rutted and twisting through dense forest. There were no streetlights, no other cars, nothing but trees and darkness. One night, we were driving for hours. The moon was hidden by thick clouds, so it was pitch black except for the car's headlights cutting through the darkness. We stopped in a clearing to take a break. We climbed out, stretched, and opened some water bottles to drink. The night was completely silent except for the occasional insect or frog somewhere deep in the jungle. The air was heavy and warm, thick with humidity. We stood close to the car, looking up at the sky that was barely visible through the thick leaves. That's when I noticed something strange. The ground beneath our feet wasn't still. It looked like it was moving, almost like waves rolling over a dark sea. The dirt, leaves, and grass were undulating slowly, like something alive shifting under the surface. The movement wasn't random. It almost looked like a pattern, snake-like curves moving smoothly in and out, rising and falling. I blinked hard and rubbed my eyes. I thought maybe I was seeing things because of the long drive or maybe dehydration. But when I pointed it out to my girlfriend, she saw it too. She didn't say anything, just stared at the ground with wide eyes. It was like the earth itself was breathing or alive. We both got creeped out. The feeling was too strange, too unnatural. It wasn't like the wind blowing leaves or something moving on the surface. The whole ground was slowly pulsing, like a living thing. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe our eyes were playing tricks because of the headlights. When we'd been driving for hours, the moving road and lights could have made our brains expect some motion. Standing still in the dark, maybe our eyes were confused, or our minds filled in movement where there was none. But whatever it was, it made my skin crawl. Without a word, we got back in the car. The engine roared to life, and we drove away as fast as we could. The dark jungle swallowed the lights behind us, and we didn't stop again until we reached a small village where there were streetlights and people. Even now, thinking back, I don't know what that was. My best guess is that our brains just played a trick on us, but that didn't make it any less scary in the moment. These 2 nights stayed with me, moments where the natural world felt off, unfamiliar, and quietly threatening. No ghosts, no monsters, just the eerie silence and strange noises or sights in the dark. It's funny how the dark can change everything. When you're in the middle of a familiar place, like a college garden or a dirt road in the jungle, and something doesn't fit, a noise, a movement, it shakes your sense of safety. You realize how little control you really have when the sun goes down and your senses get muddled. But at the same time, those moments taught me to respect the night more, to trust my instincts when something feels wrong, and to appreciate the ordinary light and noise of the day. After all, sometimes the scariest things are the ones you don't understand, the ones that don't have a clear explanation. They just happen, leaving you with that uneasy feeling, reminding you that some parts of the world stay wild and unknowable no matter how close you get. That night started out like any other weekend when my friend's parents were away on a cruise. She and I had been hanging out for a while, just watching TV, the usual stuff, but there was always this unspoken tension between us, the kind where you want more but nerves hold you back. We'd fooled around a bit before, close but never all the way. I guess I was too nervous, or maybe just unsure about taking it to the next step. But this night, something felt different. I was finally ready to make the move, to push past the fear. We were at her house, her parents gone, so it was just the 2 of us. The TV was on, casting flickering light across the room. I kept stealing glances at her, trying to work up the courage to say something. Eventually, I blurted out, asking if she wanted to spend the night at my place. It was a bold ask, partly because it meant going somewhere new, and partly because I thought maybe tonight could be the night we finally crossed that line. She shook her head, though, saying she wanted to stay at her house. Her mom was there, and even though her mom could probably hear everything, she preferred the safety of her own bed. I wasn't about to argue. I could feel my confidence deflating, but I wanted to prove a point, so I got up and left. It was about midnight when I walked out into the cool night air. The quiet street almost empty except for the soft rustling of leaves and distant sounds of cars far off. The walk to my house was calm, the usual path, the same one I'd taken 1,000 times before. The moon was just a thin crescent, barely lighting the way, but I didn't need much to find my way home. Once inside, I locked the door behind me and went straight to my computer. I was planning to relax, maybe watch a few episodes of Lost. I poured a glass of water, sat back in my chair, and hit play. The story pulled me in, and for a while I forgot about everything else, just me and the screen. Then it happened. A sudden noise came from the direction of the china cabinet. It was like a sharp, brief shake, the kind that rattles your nerves. My heart jumped. That cabinet was old, an heirloom, standing tall and solid against the wall, and I knew it well. It was the kind of thing that didn't just move for no reason. It shook just a little, but enough to make me freeze for a second, ears straining in the silence that followed. I reached for the knife sitting on my dresser, something I kept nearby for peace of mind, even though I'd never had to use it. With it in hand, I got up slowly, feeling every step on the hardwood floor creak just a little under me. The house was quiet, but I was alert. I moved to the right of my room, careful not to make too much noise, then peeked out from behind the wall. The china cabinet stood there, 2 feet from my face. Nothing. No movement. No sign of what could have caused the shake. I wasn't about to let it go. I've lived in that house all my life, and I know the sounds it makes. The cabinet sits near the kitchen, and usually, if someone walks through the kitchen, it rattles just a little. Not like this, though. This was something different. I started to search the house. Room by room, I checked every corner, every closet, even under the stairs where dust gathers. Nothing. No one was there. I needed to be sure it wasn't just my mind playing tricks on me, so I decided to perform a test. My little dog, a Shih Tzu who weighs about 10 pounds, was my unwitting participant. I dropped him beside the cabinet, then made him run past it repeatedly, trying to recreate that exact shaking sound. For 10 minutes, I did this, running the dog back and forth, listening carefully. The cabinet didn't shake like it had before. It was just my dog's little feet on the floor. I stood there, breath shallow, nerves buzzing. The house was still, and I was starting to feel something creep in, something cold and heavy that settled in my chest. The knife in my hand felt heavier than ever. After that, I packed a small bag, some clothes, my water bottle, the knife, and downed the rest of my water in one gulp. I didn't want to stay. I wanted to get out of there, out of that house where the cabinet shook with no explanation. So I left, walking back to my friend's house. When I got there, I told her what had happened. We ended up spending the night together, just like she wanted, in her room, under her covers. It felt safer there, warmer somehow, and it was the start of something new between us. 2 years later, we finally had sex. Weird, yeah, but awesome too. I still don't know what caused the cabinet to shake that night. No wind, no one in the house, nothing that made sense. But whatever it was, it pushed me out of my comfort zone, in a way I never expected. It was like some silent force nudged me forward, and it ended up bringing me closer to her. Looking back, I realize it wasn't about ghosts or strange creatures. It was just one of those moments where your mind plays tricks, or maybe the house was settling in its own way. But for me, it was the moment that changed everything. No shadows lurking, no eerie whispers, just an old cabinet shaking in the quiet, and me finally finding the courage to step into something real. And for that, I'm thankful, even if it was a little scary at the time. I was in 5th or 6th grade, which means I was about 10 or 11 years old, and that part of my childhood still sticks with me for some odd reasons. The memory is fuzzy in parts, but the feeling of that day, the way everything seemed to shift in a split second, is sharp and clear like it just happened yesterday. I still remember standing outside of my school, in this strange little corner of the building that didn't really feel like a normal school space. The school itself was an older building, nothing fancy. Brick walls, a few windows here and there, and what I remember most was this odd little spot outside, basically 2 walls that met at a corner and a set of double doors between them. It was like a small alcove or entrance that didn't really open up to much besides the street and a narrow patch of sidewalk with some trees and grass around it. That area always felt a bit weird to me, like a small space squeezed in between bigger things. I was waiting outside there, probably after school let out or maybe during recess. I can't remember exactly. What I do remember is that it wasn't a perfectly clear day. The sky was kind of heavy, gray but not rainy, just thick. The wind was blowing softly at first, brushing over the leaves on the ground and rustling through the branches of the few trees near the sidewalk. It wasn't a wild wind yet, just enough to make the leaves dance in small circles. I stood there watching those leaves spin around in little swirls. There was something kind of mesmerizing about it. The way the wind caught the leaves just right, making them twirl like tiny dancers in a strange performance meant only for me. Then the wind started to pick up, and fast. What was once a soft breeze turned into a sudden rush, almost like the world had switched gears. The leaves that were just swirling lazily now whipped around violently, tossed into the air like a miniature tornado right there on the sidewalk. I remember feeling a bit of chill from the wind, the kind that sneaks past your jacket and makes your skin crawl. The swirling leaves made this constant, dry rustling noise, and the sky grew darker, as if some shadow was passing over the sun. I was standing still, but my heart began to beat faster. I wasn't scared exactly, but I was definitely aware something unusual was happening. Then, out of nowhere, something caught my eye. There was this yellow light, small but bright, moving through the air around me. It wasn't like a flashlight or a street lamp. This light was soft, glowing, almost like a tiny ball of fireflies, but more concentrated and steady. The way it moved was strange. It wasn't just floating randomly. It circled me quickly, with a speed that made my head spin just trying to follow it. The light zipped around me maybe a dozen times, always in a perfect loop. It never got close enough to touch me, but was close enough that I could see its glow reflecting faintly on my face and the walls nearby. It moved with purpose and energy, like it had a mind of its own. I felt my whole body tense up, unsure whether to be amazed or frightened. My eyes locked on the yellow light, tracking its movement as it circled faster and faster. Then, without warning, it shot upward at an impossible speed, flying over the street and into the sky beyond the schoolyard. The light disappeared quickly, leaving nothing behind but a faint yellow streak against the darkening sky. I stood there, blinking, trying to process what I had just seen. My first thought was that maybe I'd imagined it. Maybe my brain was playing tricks, or maybe there was a piece of yellow trash caught in the wind, spinning fast enough to look like a glowing light. I looked around, expecting to see something or someone who might explain it, but there was no one there. The wind had calmed, the leaves were lying still on the ground again, and the world felt normal once more. For years after, I kept thinking about that moment, replaying it in my mind and trying to make sense of it. I don't believe in spirits or aliens or anything supernatural, so none of those explanations ever felt right. It just didn't add up. How could a piece of trash glow and move with such speed and purpose? How could a simple wind swirl look like a tornado with something so precise flying through it? I've tried to find reasonable explanations. Maybe it was a trick of the light, some kind of optical illusion. Maybe I was caught between being tired and excited, and my brain created something out of nothing. But the memory never faded, and even now, it's one of those moments I can't explain but can't forget. Even when I close my eyes and picture it, I see that yellow light, moving so fast it almost felt alive, buzzing with energy in the middle of that small, hidden corner of the school. It's a tiny mystery from my childhood, something that doesn't scare me but makes me pause and wonder about the odd little moments life throws at us when we least expect it. And the more I think about it, the more I realize it wasn't about ghosts or aliens or magic. It was about that brief, strange moment when the world around me shifted, just for a second, and something I couldn't explain touched my life. Just a flicker of light and wind, spinning fast enough to make me stop and look, a memory frozen in time. That's all it ever was, and maybe that's enough. I remember the night beginning like any other mischief night. The air was cool, just hinting at the first breath of autumn, and the sky was a deep, inky blue that made streetlights look like pale suns scattered along the road. I and 3 of my closest friends met up at the cracked sidewalk outside Mike's house, each of us carrying a carton of eggs. The carton felt light in my hand, but inside it was full of promise. Promise of harmless chaos, teenage rebellion wrapped in a game of prank and fun. We slipped down the block, voices low as we passed houses with darkened windows, our footsteps muffled against the road by our sneakers. My friends liked to stir up trouble on nights like this. They delighted in hurling eggs against car windshields, splattering paint on garage doors, and rattling doorknobs just to watch people jump. I was always the one to pull us back from the edge. Once someone's car got broken by rocks instead of eggs, and another time a homeowner had called the cops. So on this night, though I held the eggs just as tightly, I felt uneasy. I wasn't sure if I'd ever escape being the voice of reason, but I leaned into the role because someone had to balance my friend's reckless energy. We moved in a loose line. First was Jake, who carried his eggs at his side like a cage of cobras waiting to strike. Then came Sarah, who hummed a tune under her breath as she ducked behind parked cars. Bob was third, looking around with restless energy, his eyes glinting with mischief. I brought up the rear, scanning each yard, each darkened window, looking for the familiar faces of neighbors who might catch us in the act. A few blocks from Mike's place stood the house of that kooky kid we all knew from school. His name was Mark, though the nickname Crazy Mark stuck better. He lived alone with his father, or so the rumors said. Some whispered he had strange habits, talking to mannequins, collecting odd items in the backyard, wearing weird costumes late at night. Nobody had ever confirmed those stories, but they made for excellent fuel on nights like this. Without a word, my friends decided to include his house in the evening's route. When we reached the end of the block, the house loomed before us. Its windows were dark, no shades drawn or light spilling out. The lawn was overgrown, weeds taller than my ankle boots, and an old wrought iron fence ran along the front. I shrank back as I saw the peeling paint on the door, the way the porch light was broken off its hinge, hanging by a single wire. My friends laughed, egg cartons in hand, ready to advance, except me. I felt a knot in my gut, an urge to turn around and head home. But I didn't speak up this time. I let them go, watching as Sarah stepped onto the porch, eggs held steady. Jake cracked a grin and raised his arm, preparing to throw. Bob edged forward. Only then did I snap out of my hesitation, but by the time I caught up, they had all turned away, chasing each other down the street, daring each other to go back. That was when I saw something move in the shadows behind the tall hedge on the side of the house. A branch snapped, soft yet distinct, like a secret footstep. I froze. My heart leapt into my throat. I called out, my voice low, but my friends were already rushing ahead, shouting and egging the next house down the block. They heard nothing. I told myself it was just a stray cat, or a branch caught by the wind, but the hair on my arms stood rigid, the chill crawling up my spine. I dropped back from the others and edged closer to the hedge, eyes squinting into the darkness. I wanted to warn them, but fear made my tongue heavy. I swallowed hard and inched forward. The crack came again. Sharp, low, precise. This time I couldn't ignore it. I jabbed my thumb toward the hedge, tried to shout, but only came out in a strangled breath. My friends finally paused and turned, curiosity and impatience mixing in their faces as they glanced over their shoulders. Without hesitation, Sarah strode to the hedge's end, bent down, and peered around the corner. Jake moved right behind her. I hung back, hands braced on my knees, watching. And then I saw it. The figure stood motionless, barely breathing, in the glow of a distant street lamp. At first it looked like a human, but its posture was stiff, its limbs too perfectly straight. As the dim light hit its face, I realized it was dressed exactly like a mime. White face paint, dark grease paint around the eyes and mouth, black and white striped shirt, black pants too neat for the outdoors, and a shiny black cane gripped in its hand. The cane's curved handle glinted, as if it had been polished moments before. My chest tightened. I felt the world slow down. The hedge obscured half its body, but the rest of it looked like a store mannequin that someone had somehow brought to life. No breeze ruffled its clothes, not even a leaf drifted around it. It simply stood there, silent and still. Bob stepped closer, shaking his head, convinced it was a prank. I tried to call out, something, anything, but the words lodged in my throat. Bob reached out his hand, leaning into the hedge. That's when everything snapped into motion. The arm shot up, impossibly fast. The cane whipped forward, arcing through the air. It missed Bob's nose by barely an inch. I can still see Bob's face in that moment, mouth hanging open, eyes wide with shock, a single bead of blood blossoming on his lip where the handle's tip kissed him. Then the cane disappeared into the darkness as the figure stepped back behind the hedge and vanished. That was when I felt my feet leave the ground. One push, and I sprinted with every ounce of my strength. My heart was hammering so loud I thought it might burst from my chest. Behind me I heard Sarah yell, and Jake's curse. Our laughter and banter evaporated. All that remained was heavy breathing, pounding footsteps, and the frantic crack of twigs under our shoes as we tore down the street. I glanced back once, terrified that the thing had followed us. But the street was empty. Only the darkened houses lined up like silent sentinels, and the hedges swaying gently in the night breeze. We didn't slow until we reached the safety of Mike's porch light. Our hands trembled, eggs jiggling dangerously in the cartons. Bob pressed a hand to his bruised lip, staring at the red smear on his finger. I just stood there, panting, eyes wide and searching the shadows. None of us spoke. None of us asked for an explanation. We dropped our eggs without a thought and turned on our heels, breaking the pact of mischief night, and heading straight home. My mind raced. What had it been, if not a prank? Who would go to such lengths to scare a group of teenagers? And why dress like a mime? That image haunted me for days. The white face, the black lips, the perfect posture, the glinting cane. I avoided passing that house for the rest of the year. On the rare occasions I had to walk down that street, I did it with my head down, eyes fixed on the pavement, imagining every bush hiding that silent figure. At school, rumors flew. Some said it was Mark practicing his mime routine after hours. Others whispered that it was a neighbor in a Halloween costume, testing scissors for the next month. I never asked for details, afraid the answers would be worse than the fear itself. Years passed. High school ended. College began and ended. The prank nights fell by the wayside as classes, jobs, and relationships consumed us. I lost touch with Jake and Sarah, and only saw Bob occasionally at reunions. I stayed in the same town, working at the local library, shelving books and greeting regulars with a polite nod. Life had a way of smoothing over the rough edges. One crisp afternoon, walking home from work, I found myself once again on that familiar pavement. I hesitated, then climbed the stairs to the porch where there had once been a broken light. Now a warm glow spilled onto the neat lawn, flowers badged the walkway, and the weeds were replaced by a tidy garden. The fence had been painted a bright white. It looked nothing like the sinister place I remembered. I knocked on the door, uncertain why I was doing it. The door opened, and there stood Mark, the same Mark from school, the one everyone called Kooky. He had grown taller, his hair trimmed neat, and his clothes were simple and clean. No mime makeup, no black and white stripes, just a friendly face that cracked into a grin as he recognized me. I swallowed hard and explained who I was, how we lived across the street, how we'd tormented him in our youth, how one night he'd frightened us more than we'd ever scared anyone. I stuttered through my account of the mannequin, feeling ridiculous admitting my fear. He listened, calm and polite, then invited me inside for tea. In his living room, he showed me the mannequins he'd collected for an art project, a nod to silent film stars, a collection he had meant to display that fateful mischief night until the prank had forced him back inside. He admitted he'd painted one of them for a school play, left it standing by the hedge, and forgotten all about it. When he saw us approaching earlier that night, he had hurried to move it, but hadn't anticipated its arms swinging when the wind caught it just right. He apologized for the scare, explained there had been no intention to harm us, and looked genuinely remorseful. As I sipped the warm tea, I realized how much fear had twisted my memory. The mime had been nothing more than a prop, jostled by breeze and circumstance. The terror had come from within me, from that moment when imagination took over, and the darkness played host to every childhood nightmare. I felt foolish, but also relieved. The man before me was gentle, thoughtful, and honest. Nothing like the phantom I'd conjured in my mind for all those years. We talked until the sun dipped low, comparing stories of adolescence, laughter breaking the awkward silence that had lingered so long between us. When I left that evening, I felt a weight lift from my chest. The fear that had lived inside me for years dissolved, replaced by respect and a strange affection for the man who had unwittingly become the hero of our teenage horror story. Now, whenever I pass that street, I look forward to the warm glow of Mark's porch light and the tidy I remember the day clearly. The light was soft through the window, late afternoon sun slipping in behind the thin curtains, coloring everything in a pale glow. The room smelled faintly of carpet cleaner and dust, with a hint of pizza from earlier in the day. My friend sat on the couch, controller in hand, absorbed in his game. The screen cast a cool blue light across his face and the off-white carpet at his feet. I had done shrooms for the first time that afternoon, and my senses felt stretched, as if every shape and surface had tiny tremors beneath them. At first I thought I was just seeing things. The carpet looked like all carpets do in a modern house, flat, uniform, a little rough under bare feet. But then I noticed it, a swirl, a looping curve in the weave that should not have been there. It was pale, almost white against the off-white of the carpet, yet the contrast was clear. It formed an arabesque shape, some intricate vine-like design. My heart beat faster. How could this featureless carpet suddenly display a pattern so distinct? I knelt down to look, the fibers brushing my fingertips, feeling exactly as they always had. No raised loops to trace, no change in texture. Yet the pattern sat there, etched invisibly into the pile. I felt an urge to confirm it. The scientist in me, even while altered by mushrooms, wanted proof. I glanced up at my friend without a word. He was still absorbed in the game, the tapping of his buttons a steady rhythm. I walked over quietly, placed myself beside him, and motioned him to turn his head slightly. He paused, then the screen light shifted as he looked down. I pointed with my gaze at the carpet. His eyebrows rose, and he leaned forward, dropping the controller onto the couch beside him. I watched his eyes trace the same curves I had seen. He reached out with his fingers, then paused, confused. He pressed lightly into the carpet where the pattern curved beneath his finger. No indentation, no texture change. But his finger followed the same outline I had traced in my mind. A wave of relief and dread washed through me. If he saw the same thing, it could not be pure hallucination. And yet, it had to be. Carpet patterns do not change overnight. My palms grew clammy. My heart pounded like a drum. We sat in silence, the low hum of the game console in the background. He reached up, shook his head, and turned back to the screen, his eyes no longer registering the pattern. I knelt, fingertips hovering above the swirling lines, but they had vanished. Only the bland off-white carpet remained. We stared at each other in wordless shock. A moment later, he went back to the game, and I walked to the window. The sun had dipped a little lower, a cloud briefly covering it, cutting the room in half between light and shadow. The carpet looked ordinary under the changing sky. Was I losing my mind? My vision blurred as another wave of shroom fog rolled through my head. I sank to the floor, leaning against the wall, trying to steady my breath. The carpet looked back at me, featureless and real. I closed my eyes, counting my breaths, willing the swirl to reappear. When I opened them, it was still gone. That night I barely slept. My mind replayed the image of the arabesque pattern again and again. I imagined tracing its loops on paper, drawing every curve, capturing the moment when reality seemed to flicker. The ceiling fan spun overhead, its slow blades casting soft moving shadows. I wondered whether the carpet itself had briefly become a portal to another level of perception. I wondered what it meant if two people could see exactly the same hallucination. I wondered if it was a trick of the light or something deeper, hidden in the weave of the fibers, waiting to be uncovered. Morning came and went in a haze. The sun shone bright, flooding the room with warm light. I shuffled in socks across the floor, staring down at the carpet as if expecting the swirl to spring back into view. It stayed stubbornly blank. My friend wandered in, rubbing his eyes, a half-empty coffee mug in hand. He paused, looked down, then shook his head. No pattern. I leaned forward, pressing a fingertip to where I remembered the central loop. It felt no different than anywhere else. I turned in a slow circle, inspecting the earlier patches where I had traced lines in my mind. Nothing. We spent the next hour recreating the exact conditions of the previous day. We opened the curtains to the same angle. We moved the couch back to the same spot. I turned the game console on, selected the same level my friend had been playing. The same soft hum filled the room. The same bluish glow cast faint shapes across the ceiling. Yet the carpet remained unchanged. We swapped socks, retraced our steps. Silence stretched between us, heavy and uneasy. By afternoon, I convinced myself it had to be a trick of the mushrooms. But I could not shake the certainty that what I had seen was real. I paced the room, touching the walls, pressing the fibers, examining the weave under a low lamp, tilting my head to the side. I took out my phone and snapped pictures straight down at an angle under the lamp in the sun. I zoomed in, enhanced contrast, but the images showed only bland short fibers, cut low, with no pattern. Something inside me tensed. That evening I went home and lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing. I pictured the pattern again, crisp and clear behind my eyelids. The central spiral, the outer loops curling like tendrils, the delicate filigree that seemed to float on the surface of the carpet. Its lines were smooth, unbroken, almost fractal in their repetition. I traced them on the ceiling in my mind's eye, careful curves, stepping around the edges of my vision like a silent dance. I tried to rationalize it. I thought perhaps the carpet had been replaced at some point with a patterned version. But no, I had been in that room dozens of times before. The couch and coffee table looked the same, the walls the same dull beige. Nothing suggested a new carpet. And even if there had been a hidden pattern, it would still be visible now. The idea that the room retained a hidden image that only revealed itself under the influence of psychedelics brought no comfort. It felt like a part of reality had peeled away for a moment, then snapped back, taking something with it. Weeks passed. I visited my friend again under ordinary conditions. No drugs, no special lighting. We played that same level of the game. We sat on the couch, feet on the carpet, chatting idly about mundane things. Every now and then I would glance down. Nothing. Not even a faint impression of the pattern I had seen. I grew uneasy in that room, as if the carpet was waiting for me to believe in it. The memory haunted me. Late at night, I would replay the moment my friend and I both saw the arabesque. I would imagine other witnesses, other theories. Maybe carpets have micro-variations in fiber density that could cast shadows under certain light angles, forming patterns invisible at other times. But that did not explain why two of us, untrained in observation, would notice the same subtle forms at the same moment. It seemed too precise to be random. I began to avoid the room. I met my friend elsewhere, in cafes, on walks, in other living rooms. Whenever I entered that particular space, my skin tingled, my heart rate quickened. I would focus on the carpet, half expecting to see that swirl again, and felt a hollow ache when it did not appear. The rest of the room looked normal, the couch worn in familiar spots, the coffee table scarred by years of use, the walls dotted with framed photos and posters. Nothing stood out. Everything looked the same. Then one day, nearly 2 months later, I found myself looking down at that carpet again. A neighbor's pet had sprayed on it, leaving a dark stain. My friend was upset by the smell and had brought over a cleaner. I knelt on the floor, scrubbing the spot with foam, wiping at the stain. The familiar hum of the cleaner filled my ears. I lingered on the spot where the swirl had appeared. My hand trembled slightly as I guided the scrub brush. I felt that same pulse of expectation. But as I finished, the stain lifted, yellowing foam washed away, and the clean off-white carpet stood bare once more. No swirl. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and opened them again. Nothing. In that moment, I realized something important. The pattern had been a shared vision, a fleeting communion of minds under the influence of a powerful substance. It did not belong in the carpet, but in our perception. We had both glimpsed something that existed in our heads, not in the fibers. The carpet was a screen upon which our minds had projected the arabesque. It felt as if all the particles of reality had aligned for a heartbeat, then scattered. That thought steadied me more than any scientific explanation could. I stood and stretched, the late afternoon sun warming my back. My friend offered me a bottle of water. I accepted and closed my eyes for a second, replaying the swirl one last time behind my eyelids. It was beautiful, intricate, impossible. Then I let it go. I stepped away from the spot, leaving the carpet plain and featureless. I walked out of the room feeling lighter, as if a weight had lifted from my chest. The uncertainty remained, but the fear had faded. Sometimes I still wonder about that pattern. On rare nights when I think about it, I replay the memory and trace the curves in my mind. I recall the thrill of discovery, the shock at seeing something so unexpected, the relief and dread as my friend confirmed it. I think about perception and reality, how fine the line is between what we see and what we believe. I think about that quiet room and the off-white carpet, and how for one brief moment, something extraordinary hid in plain sight. But the carpet stayed blank, and that, in the end, was the most reassuring part. It reminded me that some mysteries are meant to stay mysteries. They appear when conditions align, then vanish as if they never were. And maybe that is how it should be. Maybe the world needs a little magic now and then, even if it only